Honorable members, let's take our seats. Just call Honorable Skosan. Honorable members, good morning and welcome to this rainy and wintry morning in Parliament, and to our guests from Transnet, good morning. And thank you very much for returning to the committee. The members have promised that they will be very nice to all of you today, so you can relax as they say in in the occasions that you will find all over the country on Saturday. Take off your jackets and relax. You are at home, yeah, have fun, but but thank you very much for being here. So this is a follow-up to our previous meeting. So if you recall, and that's also for South Africans who are participating in this meeting online, there were some issues that needed further information from the previous presentation, and also further particulars that the committee had asked for, and we wanted to have that session as soon as possible. And so this is for the members. So we also had to choose between having everybody here, like the chair and the minister, or as soon as possible. I think the matters were pertinent enough for us to deal with them soon, rather than find a date that may work later on. So the 21st was identified, I think, already then when we were here. So this is a follow-up to that. So you'll also recall that we had not yet finished the members' questions at the time. But I think what will be helpful is that we go through this short presentation, because it deals with some of the outstanding and other questions that the members had. And then, if I recall, and will correct me, Honorable Kupek, I think you had not yet got your chance. So we will start with you, and then Honorable Mente. So we needed to finish. So we will finish, and then we will go again, because the two honorable members never got a chance to deal with their yes, no, we will come back that side. So I'm just saying we need to be, we will be fair to everyone and give them an opportunity. I also need to say Honorable Mente has a responsibility at 12. So I will also give her the chance to ask follow-ups before she goes, so just so the members can accommodate our colleague in that respect. So I'll hand over to the delegation from Transnet. I don't want to assume that everybody knows all of you, so if you can introduce yourselves again, the leaders of the delegation, and then you can take us through the presentation. Members, you will remember there were other documents that the members had requested. They are attached to the email that was distributed on Thursday, last week, Thursday or Friday. So if you can look at those so long. Transnet have kindly provided those to us. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members of the committee. Thank you again, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Firstly, apologies. I know you mentioned the Minister and the Chairperson unable to make it today. We are represented by the Chairperson of the Audit Committee, who's here, Ms. Mbonambi. And then I have my support from my EXCO team, Dr. Andrew Shaw, who is the Group Chief Strategy Officer. Ms. Nosipa Mapumulo, everybody knows, as the Group Chief Financial Officer. Mr. Vuletsani Nemakulu is the Chief Procurement Officer, and Andre Pillay, who is our Group Treasurer. Of course, you note from the designations why we brought these people here, because I think the questions related largely around the portfolios. Chairperson, maybe in introduction before we start with the presentation. And yes, Chairperson, we have tried in the presentation to attach links or documents that we believe responds to some of the questions that were raised in the last meeting. There was a request for a lot more detail, and we've attempted to do that. I can say to the committee chairperson that even those documents are quite dynamic in nature. You'll see that, and we'll talk to it as we deal with the irregular expenditure. We continue to deal with those matters. So as we speak, in fact, the document that you have, there's been a lot more progress in the last few weeks, in fact, as it relates to consequence management and the like for irregular expenditure. But Chairperson, maybe in background, there's been a lot of questions around some of the policy decisions that, in fact, approvals by government, which is then, in fact, cascaded, I would say, to the entity as a policy taker, as an implementer of government policy, to then go and proceed with the implementation as per our instructions from government directly, Chair, through the shareholder department. So, Chairperson, there have been a lot of questions about how Transnet ended up here. Why are we doing the kind of things that we are doing? Why is it that there's a reform process in place? And I think there's several factors, and what we've seen in Transnet is a convergence of a number of these factors that have impacted not only on the sustainability financially of the organization, but has impacted also on its performance as well as on the growth of and in fact on the greater South African economy. So we've seen a convergence of infrastructure deterioration. We've seen equipment shortages. We've seen some governance failures, financial constraints, which has really resulted in a self-reinforcing cycle of operational and financial decline across both port and rail operations. The factors, Chair, do not operate in isolation, but in fact compound one another, reducing network capacity, constraining investment, and in fact limiting Transnet's ability to meet its national mandate. If I were to list those root causes briefly, as I've said, infrastructure deterioration, the track continues to decline, and that is why the investment is urgent and very important. Equipment shortages, the committee is aware of, particularly as it comes to the locomotives. As we speak, at peak we had 377 locomotives out of service, which also resulted then in contracted volumes. As I've said in earlier sessions, we do not make money if we do not move volumes. If the track is not working, if the locomotives are not available, it results in a revenue decline then for the organization. We have seen security, cable theft and vandalism increasing. Over a 5-year period, the past 5 years, we've seen 179% increase in security incidents, and we've seen over 1,000% increase in cable theft. Granted that there's a lot of work that we are doing on that currently, that is the situation that Transnet has been having to endure over the past 5 years. The financial constraints as a result of all of these has resulted in insufficient free cash flow for capital investment, meaning that we are unable to generate enough revenue within the business to enable us to do the necessary capital investment. We have seen the increase in debt. Finance costs at some point in 23-24 were basically equivalent to the capital expenditure in that year, which limits the ability to fund our locomotive recovery and infrastructure rehabilitation. We have seen governance failures. To mention one specific incident, Chairperson, we had a conversation about it in the last session, the 42.9 billion rand irregular expenditure, which was linked to the 1064 locomotive procurement program. We've seen procurement delays for OEM contracts, further reducing our fleet availability. And then, of course, the net economic impact largely on the economy. And we've heard numbers of R1 billion a day that is being lost if the logistics system is not fixed. So collectively, Chairperson, these factors resulted, of course, in material reduction in our operational capacity. It resulted in a deterioration in our financial performance. We've seen reputational damage, significant loss of economic value at a national level, and the scale of that impact underscores then the necessity, and this is where government comes in, for policy, financial and structural reforms that has been outlined, I think, a few times here in the committee. It reinforces that the decline was systemic in nature, and its reversal required a contextualized, coordinated, operational, financial and structured interventions by management. Chairperson, we will share with you in the documents attached. You would see the freight logistics roadmap, which was then, of course, as I've said, government's attempt to try to intervene in the challenges that were being experienced, not only by Transnet, but by the transport and logistics system in the country. Before the reform, Chair, we saw that the capital requirement for Transnet exceeded its available, as I've said, funding capacity. Transnet is largely a self-funding SOE. The support that it has received from government, which is one way to deal with the funding gap, was for government to provide it with the guarantees. We had previously not received these guarantees. Previously, when this business was running well, we would be going to the markets, we would be borrowing, and we would be investing into our systems. What, of course, has then resulted, because we've seen now the declining volumes, the rising operational costs, increasing finance charges, significantly weakened the cash generation, and of course, the freight logistics roadmap was then one instrument. Chair, if we go, I just want to take us through again the fact of the debt-funded capital investment. So, Chair, as I've said, Transnet's story does not begin in 22-23. It begins in even before 2012-13. But if we go to 2012-13, we'll see that Transnet at that time undertook a very large capital investment program, funded primarily through debt. This was based on the expectations of a strong economic growth and commodity demand. However, significant portion of that program, which in fact is the 1064 program, those locomotives that were procured, as we've indicated, are not currently operational due to unavailability of spare parts from the OEMs. The anticipated economic growth and the planned volumes did not materialize, thus negatively impacting operations and long-term financial sustainability. As a result, Transnet is encumbered, again, with a significant debt burden, coupled with an increase in finance costs. Chair, 2012-2013, the finance costs in Transnet stood at 6.1 billion rand in 2012-13. The debt stood at 73.1 billion rand. By 2015-16, 3 years later, Chair, the Transnet total debt stood at 134.5 billion. So effectively, 2012-13 to 2015-16, the debt went from 73.1 billion to 134.5 billion. The finance costs, Chairperson, went from 6.1 billion to 9.1 billion. We have not, since then, been able to get our debt to below the 130 mark. That's the situation that currently Transnet is sitting. And as I've indicated, in addition to that, we had certain other events that happened that further exacerbated the situation. We talk about the impact of COVID as an example, where we also had a sharp decline in volumes. The operational decline is no secret, Chairperson. the operation performance progressively. We saw, and everybody is aware of the historical high of 226.3 million tons that was achieved in 2017-2018. By 22-23, that number stood at 149.5 million tons, the lowest that we've ever experienced in Transnet, well, due to a decline. So, again, Chair, if I can just repeat the numbers, and I'll only use the rail numbers for now. 2017-2018, 226.3 million tons. By 2020, that number stood at 183. 2 years later, largely due to COVID, that number stood at 149.5. We've been able, since 23-24, we've been able to increase that number and to change the trajectory to 151.7 and then 160.6 in the last financial year, 160.1. And at the end of this financial year, we are now sitting at 167.8. Then, Chairperson, we also see the government and procurement failures. I'm not going to repeat. We've spoken about, as an example, the matter of the 1064 locomotives. What 1064 locomotives, in fact, because of the challenge with the CRRC contract and then the termination of the parts agreement, we now sit with equipment for which we have borrowed, but which are not delivering any return to the business. Chairperson, we will take the committee through the presentation, and we will speak in more detail on some of these matters. What I was attempting to do is, one, getting the committee to understand that because of this funding gap, two things. Government had to come up with different interventions to support Transnet. In fact, to keep us in existence. When we went to government for the first government guarantee support, of course, we would have hoped for a kind of a cash injection, but government has several priorities that it needs to deal with and does not have the kind of funding that would have been required. Government provided us with a 46 billion rand guarantee, which was one intervention. That guarantee again, was not cash into the business. It was basically an authority to go and borrow more money. Not an ideal, but a necessity at the time. That guarantee that first existed, and subsequently, of course, as you are aware, due to the downgrade, government provided additional guarantees. What that does is that it further then allows us to try to deal with this funding gap. So there's several interventions. One is the policy decisions, which says you will separate the infrastructure manager from the operations, because the infrastructure manager is now able to also go to the market, allow access to private operators. Those private operators bring then revenue into the infrastructure manager by way of access charges. That on its own, not sufficient. Two, government has indicated to us we will support Transnet if and only if it aligns in whatever it does going forward with, again, policy decision by government, the freight logistics roadmap. The instructions were very clear from the Minister of Finance. Unless Transnet aligns with the freight logistics roadmap and implements the freight logistics roadmap as approved by this government, there will be no support for Transnet. What we have then done in our strategies, what we call Reinvent for Growth, is in fact follow those instructions and align with the freight logistics roadmap. The freight logistics roadmap, Chairperson, we have attached it to the document. There are very specific actions in that document that requires very specific private sector participation programs that have to be implemented. And that is what we are currently busy with in terms of the freight logistics roadmap. The Durban Pier 2 transaction is one of those. The Richards Bay Dry Bulk Terminal is another one of those that is currently in the market. Then we have the Muga Manganese export, where we will also go to market as required by government. The other intervention, Chairperson, is the budget facility for infrastructure. The government said to us, if you come to us with specific programs to rehabilitate your network, we will find funding for you. We made application for 4 programs, and as I think I indicated in the last meeting, we were successful in 3 of those. In total, government has provided to us, by way of the budget facility for infrastructure, an amount of about 14 billion rand. That those monies will come to Transnet, or has come to Transnet, in the form of grants. So what that does, and as we will take the committee through the slides, we will show then that our requirement now to go to the market, under normal circumstances, we would have gone and borrowed up to 25 billion, which is what we require for our capital investment. We are now able to actually borrow less from the market. What the guarantees have also allowed us to do, it has allowed us to go to our funders and to renegotiate some of the onerous terms that exist in some of these loan agreements. Things like reducing interest and increasing the tenure of those agreements. What we have found is that we are able to, and in fact we have been able to renegotiate some of these, that has then resulted in a reduced weighted cost of capital over a period of time, and has also then allowed us to, as I've said, further bridge the funding gap. Chairperson will then go to the presentation. I just thought that it would be important for me to set that scene as it comes to specifically the funding gap, and we'll go into more details as we move through the slide. I'm going to take a 1 minute and allow Dr. Andrew Shaw, who is responsible for the drafting of the strategy, together with all of us in Transnet, to maybe go through very quickly the policies. And again, as I've said, Chairperson, as officials within the state-owned entity, we implement the policies as approved by the government of the day. And Dr. Shaw will take us through those. Thanks.
Thank you very much, GCE. Thank you, Chairman, honourable members. This slide really shows the sequence of policy reform, and as the GCE has indicated, we take our guidance from the shareholder department, the Department of Transport, which at one point was the policy department, and we reported to DPE. Now that department is both the shareholder as well as the policy department, so the reforms have been driven, I guess, more strongly than they had in the past. The National Rail Policy is the first area where we take our guidance from. This was a white paper of March 2022, and the focus of the white paper was to create the opportunity for competition on the rail network by allowing private operators to compete with Transnet Freight Rail to provide rail services in a very managed way. The requirement was to separate rail infrastructure from rail operations, so we've initiated that separation through the creation of a rail infrastructure manager and a Transnet Freight Rail operating division, so 2 separate divisions. We created access for private train operating companies through a structured process where they need to comply with various conditions, and then they are able to apply for slots from the rail infrastructure manager. In addition to that, the rail policy creates the opportunity for concessions, which allows PSPs, or private sector participation, in both the development of infrastructure as well as expanded rail operations on the network. And that really follows from the requirements that the GCE indicated around the freight logistics roadmap. We've attached the freight logistics roadmap, and we can show you some of those areas. The freight logistics roadmap was accepted by Cabinet in 2023. And the focus of the freight logistics roadmap is really very clear around the need for economic growth, creation of jobs, expanded capacity on the rail and the ports network to allow the economy to grow. And as a consequence of that, we needed to be able to set in place a system which, with all our debt constraints, allowed the private sector to come in a very managed way. So the freight logistics roadmap strengthened integration. It created a shift from road to rail by promoting rail as a sustainable transport mode, and there's two ways in which it did this. First, it put forward the improved rail infrastructure and expanded network capacity, which is the investments that the GCE spoke of. It also created the opportunity for third-party access. Now, we're right at the early stages of that, but we have had considerable private sector interest in operating trains across the network, with 11 train operating companies being identified as potential operators on the network going forward. What we also wanted to do is create a series of PSPs and align this to government policy. As the GCE indicated, we've used the freight logistics roadmap as our guide for that. There's an annex in the freight logistics roadmap which identifies a program of PSP initiatives which assist us to grow the opportunity to move more freight across the network. That annex, which should come up now, identifies a whole range of projects. It includes the container corridor, it includes the DCT2 concession transaction, etc. So we take our guidance from this document. This document, in fact, provides us with a roadmap of our forward direction in respect of where Transnet invests and how it initiates the PSP requirements. This is a highlight of that part of the document, that annexure, and you will see if I pick out I don't want to spend too much time here, but if I pick out one or two of these is establish a rolling stock leasing company. If you look at 2.10 on that slide, and then it gives us a date of April 2025. Now, some of these dates have moved out a little bit because of the complexity of completing these transactions, sometimes also because of our own constraints in terms of financial sustainability and so on. So these were the conditions that were set for us at the point 2023. If I then go back to the slide, so we just wanted to make it clear that this is the guidance that we follow. If we go back to the slide, the Economic Regulation of Transport Act was gazetted in 2024. And what it did is established the competitive framework for all forms of transport, rail, road, and ports, but it created the mechanism under which track access charges would be charged to both Transnet Freight Rail and to other private sector operated entities. It also facilitates PSPs, and it promotes competition by providing a very clear competitive framework. Next to that is the Ports Act. The Ports Act was enacted quite some time back, and it has never been fully implemented. So in 2005, the Ports Act came into being. What we've done in the last few years is we've established an independent board of directors for the National Ports Authority, so that it creates a degree of separation and independence, which is required for the regulatory components of what the TNPA operationalizes. Yet it remains within Transnet at this point in time. And the reason that it remains within Transnet is because of the financial constraints of its separation. It generates a substantial amount of revenue, but it does require independence in order to deliver its regulatory requirement. What we have been able to do through the TNPA is significantly expand not only private sector participation, but also the participation of the public sector in additional terminal license agreements. If we now go across to the right-hand side, the National Guarantee Framework Conditions, if you recall, the GCE mentioned that we at a point had to request Treasury for guarantee support. In setting that guarantee support in place, they created certain conditions under which that guarantee was then available to Transnet. Those guarantees mirror the freight logistics roadmap, but with some slight changes in dates because the guarantee framework was set in place 3 years after the freight logistics roadmap. But you will see that some of the key elements of that talk to implement a board-approved turnaround and recovery plan, and the key element of that is our R4G strategy. The R4G strategy of Transnet focuses on 3 core areas. So fix and optimize the business. So that's allowed us to improve significantly the performance of ports, to drive up volumes on the rail network. The second area is to transform the business through all of these policy changes. And the third area is to grow the business in alignment with the freight logistics roadmap. The intention of growing the business is to grow the economy from a competitiveness and a trade perspective in such a way that we can facilitate greater economic growth and facilitate additional jobs. So that's really what the National Treasury Guarantee Framework attempted to do. Just quickly, at the bottom, the key elements of what the policy reforms aim to do is to modernize infrastructure, so draw capital in both from the public sector, which is the BFI process that the GCE mentioned, but also from the private sector in terms of PSPs, to improve operational efficiency, which is what we are currently doing under our existing strategy, to increase capacity to allow further operators onto the network, to increase capacity for our own operations, and as a result of that, to drive more volume through the rail and port network. To promote sustainable practices, both economic and environmental largely, but social in addition. And as a result of that, to drive sustainable growth, to get us out of this burden where we have so much debt that we can't reinvest in the network, but we allow the economy to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If we can move to the next slide. So, Chair, then on the infrastructure backlogs and the asset failures, we've talked about the constraint that it has posed or imposed on the network capacity. It has limited us in the amount of volumes that we would want to move, our revenue, as well as in the reliability of our service. This is why we had to come up with that the focus on operations and rehabilitating the network. You see, Chair, the numbers there is a range, Chair. It goes from doing the absolute bare minimum and, in fact, probably failing to doing what is actually required in this. And even the high numbers, Chair, are changing all the time, depending on the kind of, geopolitically what is happening. You see, in terms of network rehabilitation, we are talking about between 26 and 51 billion. I suspect, Chair, with recent changes, particularly geopolitically, this number has probably increased quite a bit now. Locomotive fleet recovery, we're talking about up to 20 billion. Wagon fleet recovering up to 12 billion. Our systems up to 5 billion. On the port side, not as much as on the rail side, but still there. Equipment up to 12 billion. Expanding our capacity because there's more commodity, more volumes to move, and then, of course, digital systems as well. The backlog exceeds our internal funding capacity, again, going to bridging the gap, which then, of course, necessitated that we look at other means of funding all of this investment. If we go to the next slide, Chair.
Sorry, before you do, just a quick one. I just need to understand the gap between, if you go back to the previous slide, if you don't mind, just quickly, 26 to 51 billion, that's like a 100% variation.
Yes.
What informs that? I can understand 3 to 5 billion, etc., although the ratios might be almost the same, but that's a massive variation with network rehabilitation. What's involved there?
Yes, Chair. So, Chair, we operate on the basis of various corridors. Some of them have a major impact on Transnet sustainability. For example, the iron ore channel, we move there, we should be moving about 60 million tons of iron ore on that line. Then we have the coal business, where we should also be moving, if we meet the capacity of the port on that side, up to 91 million tons on that line. We are nowhere close to moving. On the iron ore side, we are moving about 53 million tons. On the coal side, we are getting close to the 60 million tons. Now, Chair, the rehabilitation of those two lines specifically requires a lot of investment. Then you go and you can take a smaller network or smaller line that requires a lot less. So this is the range over the entire network. It's not a total number. It basically says, if you do, let's say, for example, if Transnet were to concession the big lines, it may not need all of this money. is that what we want to do? Because that is really what brings in the revenue in Transnet. So we have to do that, and that could take us to the 50 billions and above.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is that if you were to put a number, in a perfect fiscal scenario, if the government had 51 billion to give you, that would generally suffice, give or take. Or I'm trying to understand why the variance, the range is so big with network rehabilitation. I get all the obligations, what they are. What I'm trying to understand is why don't we have a range within which you would consider the funding to be sufficient? Because you know what network you need to rehabilitate. There's got to be a number at a certain point in time, all things being equal. Why is it not 51 billion or 48 billion, give or take? It's 26 to 51. And I know I'm maybe not understanding you, but I can tell you I'm confused there.
Yes.
So please try and help us again.
In total, we've broken the number down. You have to look at all of these together. Network rehabilitation, we are saying network rehabilitation means things like there are certain areas where we have to actually replace the track. Not across the board, but in certain areas we have to replace the track. We can decide as a business, we are going to do this and we are not going to do that. So what I'm saying is it ranges from the bare minimum, the things that you have to do to survive, to the things that you have to do to meet the market demand.
Okay. We want the number that would meet the market demand, because I don't think we hear about survival. We hear about Transnet. That's the ideal, right? We don't want Transnet to just survive. We want Transnet to meet its mandate.
The total number, Chair, based on current numbers, I would say is sitting between 130 to 150 billion rand.
Yeah, that's helpful. So what I'm understanding you to say then, if we were to add up all the numbers on the right, would that give us that range in total? Is that what it means?
It should get you close to that. On the next slide, Chair,
Sure.
we go into, for example, what our funding requirement is.
No, that's fine. I felt that this understanding this slide is important. So on the left-hand side is your low road.
Yes.
On the right-hand side is your high road.
Yes.
I think that's a better way of explaining it, because otherwise I was confused. I looked at that slide a few times. I couldn't understand what it's communicating. Okay, all right.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Apologies for that. So, Chair, on the next slide, I'm going to ask the finance people to support me here. But essentially, it deals with a few things, Chair, in terms of the funding strategy and what it is that we require. And you'll see we work over, it's a 5-year plan, because that's what our, how we work our corporate plan. Nosipo and Andre, can I hand over to you?
Thanks, Michelle. Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Chair, I recall at the last meeting, you said we were using too much technical speak. So I'm going to try and use a personal story, if that's okay, Chair, if that helps.
In fact, I would say, so I got to understand the slide better when I started with the insights.
Oh, okay.
Right? Yeah. For me.
Okay.
Because it gets to the essence of it. Start with the insights and then go left. I think that's my advice. I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm just saying when I read the insights, it all came together.
Okay, all right. So Chair, what then is the story of Transnet is, if I look at the plan in terms of inflows. So inflows is cash that we generate from our operations. So it's a subject or a function of the volumes that are moved, less the expenditure, the cost of moving those volumes. That is the 199 billion rand, right? Then with that, we have capital investment, and the GCE was speaking to some of the expectations and the requirements in terms of investment in equipment and infrastructure that we have. That is 129 billion rand over the next 5 years. Then, because of, again, GCE spoke to the existing loan book that we currently have. There are those that then come into maturity during the 5-year period. And in the 5-year period, we need to pay back 91.6 billion. That will then translate to 21.6 billion, which is the shortfall. The shortfall then becomes our funding mandate. The funding mandate then means we must go and secure that funding from outside of our own environment, our direct control. So in doing that, then if one then looks at the table below, Chair, we will go and raise loans, typically 14 billion rand of that is in the form of loans. There is a BFI, or budget for infrastructure, which is a form of parental or fiscal support, where the fiscus goes and borrows money on behalf of Transnet, and we will then need, if it is a grant, then that is not repayable. If it is a loan, then we will still need to repay that back to the fiscus, which would in turn repay the owners of the funds. Then the next two is really the capital market experience by Transnet, where we will then go and raise in the bond markets, domestic bond markets, and the global bond markets, depending on what is available. Chair. So then, in a sense, that then is our funding requirement. Then, if I go line by line, Chair, and then just explain the funding mandate. So, in the first year, which is this new current financial year, we have a funding shortfall, a cash shortfall of 13.8 billion, which we must go and borrow. In subsequent years, so in the next year, which is the next financial year, 27-28, 28-29, we still have a funding shortfall, which means we go and borrow in those 3 years. Then if I finish the story there from a funding mandate point of view, so in years 29, 30, 30, 31, we have funding surpluses. So what we generate vis-a-vis what we spend, invest in, vis-a-vis the redemptions, leaves us with more cash, which in turn then means over the 5-year period, your requirement for funding reduces. But if you look at 27, 28, because of the huge redemptions, the loans that mature in 26, 20, in 27, 28, we actually have to borrow much more than the rest of the corporate plan period, Chair. So I hope that is clear, Chair. Thank you.
So if you can try and get through the rest of it in good time, because I also want us to finish at 1 exactly.
Chair, it may not be necessary for me to go through the slide, but essentially it talks about these targeted interventions that we have implemented to deal with the operational, or in fact to achieve the operational recovery. We have spoken about the recovery initiatives. We have spoken about our cost optimization. On cost optimization, of course, trying to do more with less, but also, you know, some of the other interventions that we've been instructed, such as, for example, the sale of non-core assets. With some of those, Chair, we are engaging now with some of the departments, such as human settlements and the like, to also look at possibly taking over, you know, for example, the residential portfolio within Transnet, so that they are able to provide housing, and we will engage further on that as one of our programs. Of course, the structural reforms continue. The rail infrastructure manager has been established to enable open access. They have provided conditional award already to 11 train operating companies. We will continue to work on the private sector participation projects to unlock capacity and investment. And of course, at the end of all of this, if we are able to improve rail volumes, we will see improvement in the revenue, the EBITDA, and of course the financial measures that go with that. Collectively, these are intended to position us for further growth. Chair, on the next slide, there was a question about the establishment of the infrastructure manager. I also think that that was quite well dealt with by Dr. Shaw. Essentially, the infrastructure manager, as we've said, established a separation between the entity responsible for the infrastructure, the rehabilitation of the network, allowing access to private operators, and then Transnet Freight Rail, which now becomes the Transnet operating company, also then expected to compete with these private operators. At the end of it, we are seeking as a country to move 250 million tons. That is, and the minister repeated it in the last session. We have to move 250 million tons by 2930. As Transnet on its own, Chair, the number I've quoted earlier, we have ended this financial year on 167.8. We are now targeting, trying to get to 180 million tons. Private operators have promised around 24 million tons, and we need to get more of that so that we can get closer to the 250 million ton number by 2930. Let's go to the next slide. Then, Chair, there was a question specifically about the Durban container terminal transaction and what the intention was there with the Durban container terminal. Again, this is a strategic partnership between the Durban Container Terminal and ICTSI, which is an independent international terminal operator. It's an equity partnership between the two. Transnet owns, is it on the next slide? Oh, I'm going into detail. Okay. So, Chair, the intention here was to, one, again, a mechanism to get money or cash into the business. We needed to invest, again, in capital. We needed a capital injection, but also to improve on the efficiencies of Durban because of the importance to the country. This investment focuses on a few things. One, modernizing the equipment that we have in that terminal, making sure that we have best-of-class handling systems, expanding the terminal capacity and making sure that we move more volumes. So there's a volume commitment that goes together with this, improving in our technology, and of course reducing the reliance on the Transnet balance sheet, again going back to the funding requirement. Yes, Chairperson, DCT, now Durban Gateway Terminal, very important to the country. We talked about that in the last meeting, moving 65% of the volumes. We intend now with this transaction to move from 2.1 million 20-foot units. It's basically a 6-meter container. Improve the logistics around that terminal, positioning Durban as a regional hub and making sure that we are globally competitive in terms of exports. The efficiencies that we expect, higher container handling, improved vessel turnaround time, reduction in congestion. I can say to you, Chairperson, we have already seen the improvement. We have already seen in fact, there's no congestion in Durban as we speak, and we are continuing to ensure that we improve on the reliability and the service levels that we've agreed with our customers. On the next slide, Chair, goes into a little bit more detail. It's not only the, if we go to maybe to the middle slide first, the key benefits, Chair, we have received 10.5 billion rand. Oh, sorry, somebody's listening to me online. We have received the 10.5 billion rand cash that has come into our bank account. supporting us there for this is what we call it's a 25-year concession. We expect to see modernization now of the equipment in that terminal, an improvement in the efficiencies, as I've indicated, and no additional debt as it comes to the Durban terminal. Over the period, Chairperson, the partner has committed to certain investments, and we can see there is another 8.6 billion coming into the business over the period then. In addition to that, we share, because we own 51% of this business, the new entity, we receive then 50% of the net profits going forward over the period. And in addition to that, our Transnet employees also receive 10% of the profits going forward, Chairperson. And I think maybe to again emphasize, government has been very clear with us also in terms of the instructions and what the policy interventions mean. We have been made very clear that there is no privatization or selling off of any government asset. This entity will be in the under the operational control of ICTSI for the next 25 years, after which it will return to Transnet and to government. Chair, then we go on to the matter of, I suppose, the performance and the irregular expenditure. But on this one specifically, there was a matter around consequence management and what it is that we were doing as a business to ensure that people are held accountable. And Chair, I suppose this takes us into the irregular expenditure, the performance issues that have not been met. If we go to, we were asked the last time, tell us what's been met, what you are doing so badly and you're not achieving the objectives. Chair, there they are, Chair, the various KPIs or KPAs in terms of the ones that we are expected to meet. And yes, Chair, you can see for 24-25, in the last meeting we indicated we were asked that we were achieving this is not all of them, this is the 18 that we are specific looking at. Why are we achieving so less? I think the number was 27% of the targets that were being met. And we indicated in that meeting again that, of course, from the time that both the Department of Transport started taking over Transnet, as well as the kind of things that we were doing, in addition to the government guarantee conditions that we need to comply with, in addition to the reforms that have been implemented, we have unfortunately not been able to meet all of these targets. Again, Chair, as I've said, at the end of the 25-26 year, we are much improved compared to where we were in the last financial year. Unfortunately, this is the one that we are dealing with right now.
Okay, just to be clear, so this is as of 31 March 2025, that is. Okay, which is the audit, which is what's linked to the audit report that we have.
Yes.
So from now, this month, you are now under audit on 25-26, and then we'll see one another later in the year on that. Okay, all right.
And of course, Chair, if we come back with a 20%, then you need to send us on our way.
Ooh, yeah, let's keep that on record.
Come back to bite me, maybe, Chair. In this job, you have to put your head on the block, Chairperson. You have to put your head on the block, otherwise you've got no business being around. Chairperson, the irregular expenditure. Yeah, let me get some water. So, Chairperson, irregular expenditure. We have put in place a number of initiatives. We've tried to give you a breakdown here in the summary, and then again, Chair, there is a link. with, I think, 234 thereabouts. No, not yet. We can go into that if it's required. So, Chairperson, what we've tried to do on the summary slide is to give you a breakdown of the, let's call it the big ticket items first. If you go into the spreadsheet, as you requested us the last time, it goes into when this arose. Have you concluded your determination test? Have you identified if there's any consequence management that needs to be implemented and the like? This spreadsheet, Chair, the 3.1 billion rand that we have provided to the committee, I think that's important that we recognize irregular expenditure, firstly, for what it is. One, irregular expenditure happens in different instances. One, if an individual, so Chairperson, we have checklists in terms of how we procure. If an individual, for whatever reason, misses a step in that process, that is regarded as irregular expenditure. Now, what can that step be? That step could be something as simple as advertising for lesser period than what you are expected to advertise for. So if you miss out in the counting of your days, if you miss out a weekend, or if you count in a weekend, and if you are supposed to be 21 days and you only advertise for 19 days, the entire transaction is regarded as irregular. If in the evaluation there are maybe mistakes made in how people add up the scores, the entire transaction is regarded as irregular. In certain instances, Chairperson, there are legitimate mistakes that are made. In certain instances, you will find that it requires further investigation because there could be activity or conduct by officials that are unlawful or illegal. In those instances, we go through detailed investigations. If we find that we have not received value for that transaction, we have to deal with that and we have to try to recover. So for example, if we've overpaid, we have to try to recover. If there's been collusion or fraud and corruption, it means that we have to investigate, and where required and where the evidence points to it, we will then also institute criminal action. The 3.1 billion rand that is on this spreadsheet, in all of this, Chair, you can see the type of, or we call it the nature of the breach or the types of errors, and you can see the fact that these big ones are the multi-year. For this 24-25 financial year, the irregular expenditure that was incurred stands in an amount of 279 million rand. 279 million rand incurred in 24-25, Chairperson. You can see the reason why it goes to 3.1 is because the contracts that we are dealing with, the security contracts as an example, 20 comes from the year 22. Again, in transit engineering from the year 24, which fits in this one, the bulk fuel contract comes from 22. ICT telecommunications contract, also the year 22. And Chair, in respect of new irregular expenditure, with some of the interventions that we have put in place, we do see improvement in that. However, it is this bulk that we have to deal with. Chairperson, as I've said, in the last few weeks, we've made quite a lot of progress, particularly as it relates to consequence management being implemented against officials. Not because there's any fraud or corruption, but because, when you are in this position and you're making the kind of mistakes that's resulting in this irregular expenditure being on the books, we have to take action And that is the kind of action that we've been taking. At the same time, where we have found that there are concerns or allegations of fraud and corruption, we have put those and we are continuing with investigations in respect of those as we speak. And as those are concluded, Chairperson, we will then also be able to provide the committee with the information regarding criminal charges that may have been instituted in specific instances. But on these ones, Chair, you can see on security, we have a challenge on security, Chairperson. We are going to market. We have still not gone to market. These did not start because the contract was irregular, but because of the failure to move onto a new contract in time. We've had to implement emergency procurement processes, which has then been found to have been irregular. So where you are having month-to-month extensions of contract and there's been mistakes in terms of going to market or evaluations and the like, then unfortunately, every time we spend on it, it's regarded as irregular. Until we have new contracts in place, long-term contracts, unfortunately, we will still see some of these increasing. Now, Chairperson, I can go back and I can say to Transnet, stop all security contracts right now. The impact of that is going to be devastating on our business. And unfortunately, this is part of the situation that we sit with when it comes to the security contracts. Security contracts take a long time to conclude, a very long time to conclude, because we have thousands of companies who want to, who bid to secure this. And that's just a breakdown of the irregular expenditure. But in all of this, Chair, we have not suffered any financial loss. The services were rendered, and there are no recoveries that we will be making out of this 3.1 billion rand. Chair, if you, the committee has the
So I'll make a comment. You can, the members, the irregular expenditure thing will still come. I think Honourable Member is dealing with that. The only comment I want to leave with you for now, and you can deal with it then, is that I think everybody's experience is also that an emergency is created in the sense that someone knows contract A expires on the 31st of December. For some or other reason, they only start with the process in September, knowing very well that it will then lead to month for another 6 months. And the kickbacking happens in between. So I think what the committee would want comfort is that even though the contract is existing, it had been approved, the very emergency itself was not something that was created deliberately, because a massive contract, surely someone knows there should be an internal trigger to say that contract will expire at the end of the year. We need to start the procurement process now. It's complex, lots of bidders, etc., etc. It just boggles the mind that there appears to be no trigger, and therefore the thing goes on forever, and the month to month and kicks in. It's just a comment. But I'm sure Honourable Member will want to deal with it as well.
Yeah. Chair, 100%. If I were to sit here and say to you that that does not happen in Transnet, that would not be correct. We have seen instances, and when I talk about matters that are still continuing with investigations, we have seen exactly that, where let's call it the trigger or the go-to-market starts very late. Part of the reason why, and I think Vule can talk to this, part of the reason why we have proceeded to digitizing the system is that so that those alarms cannot be overridden. Up until now, the process has been largely manual. It's been largely manual, and we have thousands of contracts, Chairperson. It is ripe for the kind of behavior that you are talking about. These are the things that as we are cleaning up, these are the things, firstly, that we are trying to deal with. When I say that not only do we have instances of bad planning or instances of people deliberately creating an emergency, We also have overcharging, where there's collusion with service providers. We have seen those, and those are the matters that we then direct to forensic investigation, where we believe that, you talked about kickbacks, Chair, where we believe that there may have been that kind of behavior. We have also been working very closely with the SIU. And I can say to you, Chairperson, that the recent reports that have come out where we are forced to charge people to support us on the disciplinary, where we go to and lay criminal charges, is because of exactly these kind of investigations and the kind of behaviors that you complain about. We know that that happens, and that is the work that we are currently doing to try and clean up the system. The digitization helps us because firstly, it triggers certain things that must happen. If a contract is expired, you can't wait for the expiry. If it needs you to start a year before the time with the process, you are pushed to do that. And if people don't do that, Chairperson, the consequence management will flow. We also have instances where we have now put, for example, market pricing in the system, so that if you were to go and agree to a higher price, for whatever reason, we've seen that come through the Madlanga Commission, the system is also able to prevent you from doing that. But again, as I've said, these are the kind of things that we are trying to clean up and to avoid as we move forward, so that we don't have to deal with these kind of matters going forward, Chair. I think I'm going to hand to Vule, because, Chair, it also goes to this next slide. That speaks to what we call extensions and expansions, where people create these kind of things in certain instances. And unfortunately, because we are now set with the challenge and we have to keep things going, we have to do certain other deviations. I don't know, Vule, do you want to add?
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Michelle, and thanks very much, Chair and honorable members. I think part of what I just need to add is the fact that, given where we are at the moment, we are in a very good space, taking into consideration the fact that there's quite a lot of processes that, irregular expenditure take place, where you are really managing your processes manually. And when we moved away from the manual processes, the manipulation normally happens when the tender documents are submitted manually, and overnight, the prices change, in form and shape. And specifically where we have at the moment, we've got a system that allows us to be able to have an audit trail, and it will give a trigger 9 months before the contract expires, so that we can be able to go to the market 9 months before, because some of the security contract that the GCE spoke about, Chair, they were results of the fact that at the time when we go to the market, you find that the tender is cancelled, and you are forced to do what we call an emergency procurement. And that emergency procurement that we did was not aligned with the definition of emergency procurement from the Auditor General. It was considered to be poor planning. So from that point of view, Chair, there's quite a lot of work that we are doing to make sure that we are not only getting to a point where we avoid irregular expenditure. We need to make sure that for every single cent that we spend, we are able to get value for money, Chair. I would hand over back to Michelle, unless if you want me to take over the next slide, Chair.
No, it's your presentation. You decide who takes over which slide.
And we were also asked about the contract variations and expansions and procurement by other means. This is the summary of the spreadsheet that we had submitted to the committee, Chair. It basically sets out the types of contracts, again, the key things like the security and those and the like, where we've had to, we call it procurement by other means, because these are like...
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Chair. I mean, in terms of the legislation, the procurement process needs to really follow a process of Section 217 of the Constitution, where each and every procurement, where the organ of state is carrying it, it must, follow the process that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. However, this is really the process where almost de facto each and every process of procurement must follow what we call an open competitive process. However, there are certain instances where the competitive process is not proper for one to be able to follow. And we are allowed by legislation that we follow procurement by other means. It's a process that is still acceptable and it's approved accordingly. So in terms of this process, what we have here in terms of the period under, the investigation, we had about 196 deviation. These are the deviations that resulted from number of, things. One of those is an area which we call a sole source confinement, which means that there's only one service provider that is capable of carrying an activity. Let's say, for example, I'll just give a typical simple example that if you want to buy electricity, you would obviously have to go, to get that from the likes of ESCOM. And over and above that, we've got what we call, a single source confinement. And the single source confinement happens specifically where there are a group of suppliers or service providers that are able to provide you with the solution that you are looking for. And over and above that, we've got what we call limited bidding, where there are specific service providers that you may have them in your own panel, and then you can be able to utilize those. In terms of that, if you look at the donut that is on the left-hand side, we've realized that around about 66% of this is mainly from the point of view of the issue of compatibility. It is very important, specifically, Chair, that if you bought a Mercedes-Benz and you want a service to be done, you would obviously have to go to Mercedes-Benz, because if you don't, then you have got a problem with regards to your warranties. And we need to make sure that in certain areas where those services are required, we carry on working with the OEMs. And over and above that, there are certain areas, Chair, where we look at the issue of standardization. There are times that you have got different kind of equipment, more specifically within the port environment. And it becomes very difficult if you've got, multiple OEMs that are supplying your equipment. You would want to make sure that you get to a position where you standardize so that it can help you, one, from the maintenance point of view, two, from the inventory holding as well. And over and above that, the specialization that you need, because you would need to get the maintenance team that are specialized in terms of specific equipment. Chair, and really the biggest issue that we need to deal with here is the fact that we need to make sure that where deviation is done, there's a process that is followed. And it's a very difficult process, with the exception of the area of what we call an emergency, because an emergency is a different process. So for us, these deviations, they go through the governance process, and we report monthly to National Treasury as well as the Auditor General in terms of every transaction that did not go through the competitive process. On the right-hand side, Chair, there was a request that we needed to provide with regards to the contract modification or contract variation. And the total value of the variation is around about 4 billion, which is still, within the round about 10% of the expenditure that we have within a specific period. And the reason why we do have the contract variation and modification, there are a number of reasons. Some of them, they are modifications that are from the point of view that, one, the service provider hasn't concluded the work. And then over and above that, some of them are from the results of where you get the tender cancellation, because in the past we used to issue out the RFP to the market 6 months, before the expiry of the contract, and that is not really time that is large enough for us to be able to get to a point to reissue out the tender. In the unlikely event that we have a cancellation, we need to make sure that we still be able to go back to the market to issue out the tender and award before the contract expires. And then the issue that we also have, with regards to this, we just try to give some ideas in terms of which contracts are those ones that we did the modification. And we do have the slide that gives the details in terms of those contracts that were modified. And to a large extent, a lot of those that were modified, it was mainly from the point of view that we did not necessarily have a contract that was available in place. And some of them are, a duplication of those that you have seen on the side of security with regards to, part that, is part of the irregular expenditure. And the others were ICT and software services, and mainly from the point of view that, if you are running a system like SAP, you would need to make sure that, you go and extend those ones, whenever the contract comes to an end, because it's not practical, Chair, to be able to go and, change those ones unless if you change the whole system. Can we move on to the next slide?
Yeah, please, because I'm worried about our time.
This is, I think, the last slide. Yes, Chair, this is the last slide. Essentially, Chair, I actually spoke about this when I was talking. Yeah, Chair, we had put in a number of interventions to deal with, one, the matter of irregular expenditure, and what we provided here is the consequence management status. But again, Chair, we had submitted this at a point in time, and I think we will actually submit a more updated document to the committee. What we've been able to do here is we see what are the things that is resulting in non-compliance in our business. Things like poor contract management, the bid evaluation process not being run the way it should, incorrect application of evaluation criteria, and matters of inadequate documentation. These things largely procedural, but it results in, as I've said, in irregular expenditure. That being said, disciplinary process are underway. We have put in place what we call a consequence management, condemnations and material irregularities committee. It's a mouthful, Chairperson, but what this does, so irregular expenditure, once it's identified, there is then a process that we have to follow. We have to go to the National Treasury, where we apply for condemnation. That condemnation process has to be robust. There's very clear criteria that we have to meet. If the National Treasury finds that we have not, for example, implemented adequate consequence management, it will not condone the irregular expenditure. If they condone the irregular expenditure, it essentially means that we are able to remove it then from the register. You recall, Chair, we had the matter of the 42 billion that was found to be prematurely removed by the board. So if the National Treasury then refuses to condone the irregular expenditure, the process then takes us to the accounting authority, which is the board, to request that the board remove the irregular expenditure from the register. And then we also have to meet the requirements, and if we are able to convince the board, we are able to remove that. Now, what we have found across the board in all of the operating divisions is the failure to implement adequate consequence management or any consequence management at all. And we've had to take drastic steps to ensure that we will not, that we do not condone, any behavior that allows irregular expenditure to be on the books. And as I've said, a lot of work has been done, and we have seen quite a bit of consequence management being implemented. That will do then, it will allow us to proceed to apply for condemnation, which is a process that we will run. If that is agreed with the National Treasury and with the, then it's fine, it will be sorted out. Otherwise, we would need to go to the board. If the board still refuses, it will remain on the books, Chair. But I think the focus for us is, whilst it is to clean up the past irregular expenditure, it's to prevent irregular expenditure from continuing to occur going forward. So, Chair, that annexure is also in the, and then maybe one last thing, Chair, the SIU the NPA are very involved in a lot of the things that we do. Particularly on the big matters, we're engaged with both the police. The SIU has been very helpful, and so has the NPA on some of the matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, can I suggest this? So I'm looking at the time. Honourable Mende had asked, because at 12 she has to be somewhere, so she is not leaving at 12. She's got to be there at 12, right, Honourable Mende? So, Honourable Gubek, I'm asking for your indulgence. We will take Honourable Mende's session for the next, until about 20 past, and then we take a break, and then we start with Honourable Gubek, and we continue with follow-ups until we finish. Thanks very much. Over to you, Honourable Mende.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. I know today, Chair, there's an interesting development in the country where Commissioner Masemula is appearing in court for breach of PFMA. And I can tell you now for sure, some of you are next. Because the manner in which you are dealing with irregular expenditure has somehow very slow, or rather have too much justification embedded in it. I'm saying this because in the last parliament, when Transnet was exempted from the irregular expenditure accounting and all of that, the assurity we received from the very same people that are seated right in front of us was that as much as there is an exemption, but there is an ongoing investigations on these matters. But seated here, all we hear is, yes, there's consequence management, there's investigation, there's forensic investigation, but none of those are finished. Now, my first question is, on these matters of irregular expenditure, and accounting officer, the language that says we cannot recover simply because services were rendered, but the process within which those services were derived is corrupt. And the chair tried to explain earlier on that in cases where a tender is not done on time, which then leads to those month-to-month, because the month-to-month will rely on the existing service provider. And that service provider is paying kickbacks so that it stays at Transnet. We don't get a justification and the names thereof of who exactly is responsible for not starting the process of tendering for securities. Because if you look at the deviations, I've made notes here. There is an interesting pattern at page 6 of the document you have given us, where there is a couple of companies that are going to be expanded for 4 months. And 4 months is still not enough to start the process and finish it, which gives you an indication that the process is going to be ongoing. There's going to be another additional 4 months to these people on deviation, and nothing happens. Who exactly has been accounting for these irregularities of not starting a tender process for the securities? That's my first question. Yeah, you can continue. Kosan, the chair is not here.
Chairperson. Oh. Chairperson Skosana.
Yes, you can continue, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't see you. Honourable Mentor, as I've indicated, in fact, we have over a period of time now, in fact, implemented consequence management in these matters that refer to irregular expenditure. Some of the consequence management has been completed, and some of that consequence management is still in progress. What we are able to do is to provide to the committee an updated spreadsheet that will then set out what it is that was in fact the consequence management that was implemented. Now again, irregular expenditure, as we've indicated, where we believe, based on the investigations that we've done in order to come to a determination, where it is established that individuals have conducted themselves in a way that may be regarded as unlawful, we will then proceed, and we do in fact proceed, with the necessary processes to ensure that those individuals are then held accountable. What is the process? We may call in the South African Police Services, where we will go and lodge criminal charges to allow the police to in fact do their criminal investigation. Transnet is not skilled or authorized to conduct criminal investigations. What we will do is we will do the necessary forensic investigations, and we will then, where we find evidence of conduct that is unlawful or illegal, we will then present that to the South African Police Services. At the same time, during the process of those investigations, we will call in the SIU. The SIU is able to access if people have received benefit, or if they are living beyond their means, if they have received any money, or if there's been money flows, they are able to access that. When they do and when they complete their investigations, they then support us in our own internal disciplinary processes, but at the same time in referring matters to the authorities to enable criminal prosecutions. That's how the process works, Honourable Mente. So I think to say to us that, firstly, that we have not been doing these things is not correct, because we are able to provide records to the committee of forensic investigations that may be underway. We are able to provide the committee with criminal matters that are within the realm of the police services, and they need to do what they need to do as the authorities. Does that mean that this team is not doing what is required? I don't think that that is correct.
Okay, let's try to not be so long, because my time is going to be finished now. Ma'am, how long have you been in office?
On the 1st of March, it would be 2 years.
Exactly. How long have these forensic investigation been taking place?
Which one, ma'am?
The ones for irregular expenditure.
Chairperson, through you, we have forensic investigations that have been completed. We have employees who have either under suspension as we speak or dismissed. We also have criminal matters that have been lodged in respect of matters where we have found criminal conduct such as fraud and corruption. That has happened. In fact, people have already appeared in court.
Okay, so how many criminal cases have you opened against those that have committed fraud and corruption as an entity?
Chairperson, can I come back with the number?
Because if that is the case, we are going to call SAPSA as well as any other body, even the SIU, to come and account as to how far is that investigation. But one thing we are not going to let go is people doing wrong things and not complying with what the PFMA do, expecting that no, we will have value for this money, irrespective of this inflation, irrespective of how we have done the process through doing it in 2 months instead of doing it in 9 months, which ultimately is going to lead to the month-to-month contract securing the existing service providers' jobs. And that also includes kickbacks. Now, on page 4 of your deviations, you have paid 45 million to the simulator in one of the trainee plants. I want to understand, how did that happen? How was the trainee plant not having a simulator? And also explain to us, who are the trainees at this trainee camp? Who are the instructors? Where do they come from? And how do you advertise for people to go there? Or is it for the internal? And why was the simulator not functioning? Because it's done under deviation.
No, thanks very much for that question. This one is part of what the Transnet Academy does. A simulator is a specific machine that when you buy an equipment, we are not in a position where once you bought a new equipment within the port environment that you will be able to take all individuals who need to be trained through that specific machine. You need to make sure that you get what we call a simulator. A simulator is almost equivalent to the equipment that you need to operate. And you get, that from the OEM who manufactured the equipment that you need to train people on. I'll give a typical example. If you want to get a driver's license, for a specific equipment.
Sorry, sir. We know what the simulator is. My question is, why was it bought under a deviation?
It was bought.
Why was it not monitored? If ever there should be some kind of maintenance and everything. We know what simulator is, but why was it done under deviation? That's a question.
Yeah, it was done under deviation from the point of view that if you have a Mercedes-Benz now, and you want to train somebody to ride a Mercedes-Benz, you can't go and get a Toyota simulator. So it has to be specific to the equipment that you want to train people on, Chair.
In other words, Chair, we buy a ship-to-shore crane from Liber. Liber, we then have to use a simulator from Liber. And I'm just using an example of Liber. We then have to use a simulator from Liber, which we then put our operators. You asked who is trained. Our operators, Transnet employed operators, get trained in these simulators. So in order to get that, you can't go to another OEM. You have to go to the same OEM, which means you do a deviation which is called single source.
Okay, so I've stopped the clock, Honorable Member. Okay, let me try and assist here. So the deviation is simply that on that specific piece of equipment, you can't go and tender because there's only one person who has it. Okay, right? So you can't go and tender, and to that extent, it therefore is a deviation. Here's the question. Why isn't a simulator made part of the core procurement itself? Because then you wouldn't get a deviation, right? Am I missing something? So part of the contract is if you happen to win, then you must also provide a simulator. Help us understand why the separation between the two, because that's where it gets confusing.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I think it's a very good question. The simulator normally is bought at the beginning where you need to get people to be trained, but you don't necessarily need to buy the simulator, because if you've got 4 people that need or 10 people that need to be trained on a specific equipment, you can't go and buy that simulator and keep it, within your environment.
Okay, let us say however way. So let me give a different example. If SAA is going to buy Chinese planes, right, they then need to train their pilots on how to fly those planes, which means either they go to China and you pay for them to go there, etc. The point is they still, at some point, I'm going to use this piece of equipment. In fact, when you do the procurement, you start the procurement process, you already know there is a possibility that Boeing or Airbus may not win this contract because there is another one, right? A third one. In that case, we will then need a simulator, 1. 2, we also might need in the normal course to have a simulator for new pilots, etc., etc. So it's going to be needed. The question I'm asking is, why isn't it part of that initial procurement? Why is it done later and separated from this? Is it a legal requirement? Is it a policy problem? Is it somebody not thinking about it?
Chairperson, if I may. If we take port equipment as an example, the lifespan of this equipment is 20 years. Originally, we did not buy simulators together with the purchase of equipment. It only came much later. What that meant that you already have existing equipment, and now you go and buy a simulator afterwards. I can't respond to why people didn't buy simulators 20 years ago when they should have. As we move forward, now in the replacement of our equipment, 100%, that firstly, when you go to market, you now need to make it a rule or a requirement that the equipment will come together with a simulator, for which we will pay extra. But it has to be a fleet. So it becomes part of your standardization processes. We have, as we speak, in the ports environment, a number of equipment by several OEMs. Some of them will have simulators that will come with it as we buy new. But if we are in the middle of training for new operators and we have to find the cheapest way to do that, we may have to get a simulator on the basis of what is already existing. That then requires a simulator that is a separate process from a purchase of an entire fleet, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So can I just suggest that also we listen carefully to the question, because the reason the questions are long, I think about 60% of it is another explanation rather than the question itself. So start by answering the question and then explaining, but start with the answer. That might be helpful. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Chair. There's also another confusion with this, because the reason I'm asking who are the instructors and who are the trainees, Transnet has been in existence. Simulators were there. And all of a sudden, there's no simulator. Then we're purchasing a 45 million simulator. But there's no justification as to what happened to the equipment that was there before and what was the reason for this to be done at this moment, for what purpose. And this is where the problem becomes. Once we start just explaining things on a very high level, that's when we don't see the reality on the surface. Transnet has been far too long. What were they using all this time for a deviation of 45 million to be required now to get a simulator? What was happening?
Chair, I'm really not sure how to respond to the question. As I've said, the technology changes all the time. If you have an existing simulator, there's going to come a time when that simulator is no longer adequate for whatever technology it is that you have in place. If it cannot be upgraded, it means you need to go and buy a new simulator. Now, Chairperson, on this particular matter, Honourable Mente, I think I need to go to the detail and maybe explain if there's specific ones.
yeah, so-
we need to come, because Chair, behind all of these is a full-on request and governance process.
No,
that
I
preceded
get that,
the approval.
Ms. Phillips. So what may help is that we don't speak in general terms. If the answer was the following, okay? We bought this equipment in 1989. So you need to be specific like that. If that's the case, I'm just saying, we bought this piece of equipment in 1989. We've had a simulator for the last however long. We now need to get a new one. But we can only get it from the supplier of the equipment because this one doesn't work anymore. Those kind of answers help and they're short. You get what I'm saying? So what's not helping is that you get a general explanation and then the honorable member is still not certain what happened in this case. You know what I mean? Or pick one case that is representative of the class of problem. Then it gets easier. Even I, as I sit here, I'm still not quite, I think I know what happened, but I couldn't explain it to someone else to specificity. So can you please just answer in that way?
Chair, may I ask what number is the item?
Simulator item is on page 4. Let me just open.
Number.
50, it's number? Yeah, it's on 59 because I'm already on another page now. But yeah, it is on page 4. You'll find it there. It's 59 years. There it is. Now, I want to get to what was being explained earlier on as to the grounds of deviations and all of that. There is one deviation reason that I want you to tell us what is it for. The legal grounds and it's under compatibility. And you have spent on several or rather various legal firms to the tune of almost 100 million. And that deviation says legal grounds. I don't know what are these cases that these legal firms are dealing with.
Can I
It's
just
right,
get a
it's right
get a
in
number?
the beginning. It's right in the beginning. The beginning of your spreadsheet starts with the legal grounds. There's 3 firms there. Then there's other firms that you get as you go down.
May I please request the number, please?
Number 1, 2, 3. Number 1, 2, 3. Number 1, you have spent 30 million deviating for legal grounds. And then number 2, it's 1.9 million. Number 3, it's 18.9 million. And it says legal grounds.
I don't. Yeah. You know, Chair, I don't want to answer in general, but I don't see the numbers. But I know for real that we have expanded the contract for the legal panel.
Sorry, are you okay? Are you fine? Okay.
Yeah, there was a contract for the legal, panel that came to an end, and there was a need for extension because there were a number of legal firms that were busy with certain cases that, we needed to make sure that they carry on until they are concluded. But I just need to, because the numbers that Honorable Mente is referring to, I don't seem to see that here. And maybe
let me help you.
Maybe you can give me the page number as well.
Let me help you. The one you are referring to, where the legal work was not finalized, that one is on page 7. The ones I'm talking to, they are right at the beginning, number 1, number 2, number 3 of the spreadsheet on deviations.
Okay, so what may help, I hope we're looking at the same. That's Appendix A. Is it Appendix A, Honorable Mente? Does
yes,
it say Appendix A at the top?
It is
the
Appendix
renewal
A.
of Palo Alto firewalls licenses for a period of 3 years, right? I think that's helpful. So number 1,
Number
Appendix
2, number
A,
3.
number 1, number 2, number 3, right? So when you say legal grounds, including IP and warranty or guarantee, the problem with that is to somebody who's outside of Transnet, it means nothing. So I don't think it's a difficult question. What was it? What are the legal grounds? I think that
Yeah.
that's more helpful to the committee.
Yeah. Chairperson, I believe this particular matter, there were certain firms whom we had to allow them to continue with specific legal matters because of the stage at which the legal matter had progressed. So it does not help us when we are engaged in litigation to now remove someone because the panel, for argument's sake, has expired. So we have to continue with the firm who was briefed with the work before the let's call it the contract expired. So because that continued beyond the expiry of the panel, we can't now go and take that away and then give it to someone else because of the stage at which the particular matter may have progressed to.
Okay. We'll
But-
accept that reasoning.
Yeah,
but
but
can
Honourable
we get
Mente-
the details of
Yes.
these legal
So,
grounds?
Honourable Mente, I think, Chairperson, what would help? Remember, we have provided a spreadsheet, which is an extract. What is important now for us, because I can see, is that we need to back the item up with the supporting documentation so that the committee, if you require that, so that the committee then is able to clearly
Okay.
see.
So now, so let me just say, this does not require additional documentation. It requires column, what column is this? So it requires not even an additional column on a type of procurement by other means. It needs the person who is writing that to explain it in English, not write it for an internal person who would know what it means. What we need here, even if you don't have the specifics, and I don't expect you in your role to know, you actually shouldn't be answering this question, GCO. Your head of supply chain should be answering this question. When typically in cases like these, you say legal grounds and what is written there, because it's an uber summary that nobody outside of the supply chain and contracting environment would understand what it means. When you write that, what are you saying in English? That's why we're having a long back and forth, and it's unnecessary. We don't need documents, believe me. We need an explanation.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I think the first one is the one with where we were renewing a specific license, and this one is a single source confinement, meaning that when you've got licenses with a service provider, when they expire, normally licenses would expire after 3 years or after 5 years. So these ones here, we needed to renew the licenses. And the second one is similar, is for the support of the licenses to support a specific system. We call it a single source confinement as well. And the last one, the last one was, a service provider that we appointed. That one is it's a single source confinement as well, where we appointed a service provider that supported us with the org redesign that we needed to have within the organization, Chair.
No, thank you. I'm going to ask 2 questions at the same time now. Line 137, that's on page 7. I'm just picking a few of these transactions which, for deviations, they really not making any sense. That line says, legal panel expired 30 November. Exactly what we were mentioning earlier on. Now, 30 November 2024, interim solution for firms with matters not concluded. Now you are doing interim, but it doesn't say for how long. That interim. And for firms, how many firms are you now considering? Because you no longer have a database. But what most interesting is that, how do you then determine who gets this interim practicing of legal, whilst you are looking for the advertisement and everything on the panel? But more interestingly, there's 135 million allocated to that. who determined who is going to be in the interim panel? How was that done? And the allocation of 135 million, and how did we get there?
Through you, Chair, Honourable Member, the item there is, it indicates that is for the contract came to an end. There were matters that were still outstanding at the time when the contract came to an end. Only those service providers that had matters that were outstanding at that point in time, and if I'm not mistaken, there were around about 10 or 11. So they were the only ones that stayed behind, as part of the panel, while we were going through the process of putting together a new panel. So the decision in terms of that was based on only those service providers that had outstanding matters, and the 135 million was an estimated value, based on the matters that were on hand.
It will also be helpful to explain to us and how many were they, how much was allocated to each, because we don't know whether it was inflated or undercalculated. And what are these matters that can cost the state 135 million? For that high amount, it's a staggering amount that no South African is going to appreciate, losing so much money through a deviation, because once it's through a deviation, that means it's something that more or less pointing a gun on Treasury that do it, otherwise we're going down.
Yeah, through you, Chair, these amounts here, I recall them very well. The rates were rates that were picked up during the time when we were running the RFP. And when we did the extension, it was only the period so that at least we can get to a position where we conclude the process. And, the numbers, we'll need to confirm that, because I need to be 100% sure in terms of the numbers and the exact amount of money that was allocated to a legal firm. Thanks, Chair.
All right, you can provide that in writing. Honourable Member, your last round of questions.
Thank you, Chair. Now, there's another interesting something or aspect that's playing out here. Your expansions are either the same amount of the original contract or much higher than the original contract. That means 100% and above of the original contract. Example is on page 10. I'm going to show you now. Page 10, line 35. The original contract was 348 million. Very close to 348, it was then expanded for 291. Again, on page 9,
Honourable Member, line number?
on page 10. On page 10 is number 35.
Just which annex are we looking at?
It's still Annexure A. Number 35, supply and delivery of railway fastening system. Original price was 348 million, but the expansion is 291, very close to it. Similarly to page 9, or line 10, where the original amount was 20 million, expansion was then 35 million.
Same document.
Yes, it's still the same document.
Page 10, the numbers start at 1.
Then unless you gave us a wrong date,
Starts at 137.
No, just make sure that, because we also can't find it on Annexure A.
Yeah, through you, Chair, and
Okay.
the expansions, they only start in page number 14, the ones that we have submitted to the committee.
okay, then let's go to number 10 of the list. I don't know how yours and mine is working, but let's then go to number 10 of the list. Expansion. It's WBHO Construction. Original price 20 million, expanded for 35 million. That's a new number altogether, way above the original, and yet we're deviating. Number 10, item 10.
Apologies. Chairperson, the value of that contract is 146. 146 million. There was then two variations, one for 20 million and one for 35. It's not 20 million that became 35. It's an additional 20 million first on the 146.5 million.
And then you had
And then a 35 in addition to the 20. And largely what you find, Chair, in these matters, it's because the activities could not be completed within the period of time, and then, or because maybe there were certain delays in the matter, and then also you find that sometimes whilst the process is on, there are inflationary increases that may result in the matter being further increased. I'm not saying that that's the case here. Again, we'll have to go into the detail, because there would be a full-on application that would justify the requirements. So it is, the value of that contract is 146 million. Now the requirements are that we are allowed deviations of up to 15% per contract. But even in those instances, we do a full application that needs to be properly motivated and justified, because our approach is to avoid any variations and modifications to contracts. And then where it exceeds 15%, there's also a governance process that governs that. Thanks, Chair.
All right, Honourable Member, your time is up, though.
not just the explanation of then the one on line 35, which was 348 million expanded to 291. That's not 15%.
Yeah, you can.
I will be able to take that one. The 15%, 15%, 15 million requirement from National Treasury Instruction Note 3 of 2021-2022 is the one that the contract manager can do. This one here had to go via a governance structure, meaning that it would have to go to the governance structure and it will be approved accordingly in terms of the governance structure. We don't necessarily have any cap in terms of the extension or the variation of the contract, but specifically on this one here, we'll provide this in writing, because I don't have all the details in terms of this one, Honorable Mente.
Thank you. Please help us with providing it in writing, because it's interesting. It's the whole contract now being deviated upon, irrespective of this 15%, 15 million, 20%, 20 million. But you can't then deviate on the full amount of the initial contract. It's not acceptable. That's a new tender process altogether.
We agree.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry, the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee wants to contribute.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I'm not rising on the deviations and expansion, Chair. We'll take note of that during our discussions. I just felt it's important that I speak to a few matters that management have reported on. The GCE, Honourable Mente spoke to the exemption period that was granted to Transnet. I think what's important to report on that is that this exemption was granted following a qualification which was received in 2020-2021, and it was for a period of 3 years. And during that period, Transnet strengthened its processes for identifying, quantifying and recording of irregular expenditure, including the establishment of the loss control function. And in the 24-25 financial year, Transnet did not receive a qualification because the register was complete. So it is also correct that there has not been a significant movement in terms of irregular expenditure that we now have in our books because of inadequate implementation of consequence management. So, and the GCE spoke to that. What we are doing as the board, because we have noted that the submissions that we've made to Treasury in many instances where we are requesting a condonation of irregular expenditure, the response that you get from Treasury indicates that there's inadequate implementation of irregular expenditure. We then have established a process as the board to ensure that when we remove this irregular expenditure, there is a proper process to avoid what was reported by the AG with regards to the 42.9 billion. So we are implementing processes at a board level to ensure that when we remove, we do it and do it appropriately. And Chair, maybe just to also speak about the irregular expenditure, which was removed by the board of 42.9 billion. I have met with the AGSA post the discussion here, and I've also met with different executives. We are going to discuss the matter. I think the issue, Chair, as it relates to this matter, the issue first is the amount, whether it is properly recorded at 42.9 billion as irregular expenditure, and we'll discuss that further with the AGSA. The other issue that the AGSA raised with me in our discussion is the financial loss that Transnet incurred, where we made a recovery subsequent to removing this irregular expenditure to the tune of 42.9 billion. So we're doing this, Chair, to ensure that the financial statements that we will submit to the AGSA on the 31st of May are correct. So if there is a need for us to come back to this committee to report on that 42.9 billion, post that discussion with the AGSA, we can do that. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So let's do this. So your audit begins when? 31st of May, right? Or it started now?
It has already started.
For completeness, so that we don't do too much of a back and forth with incomplete information, just please make a note, all of you, that this matter needs to be in your next presentation. So we'll ask the AG to update the committee on it when they present on the overall audit outcomes. And then when you come, subsequent to the AG, we will also deal with it in that way. Can we do that? All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Honourable members, can we take a break and come back at 5 to 12? Thanks, Honourable Member. We'll see you on Friday online. Honorable members, shall we resume? I'm keen to get us out of here at 1. We have to, because it's a division of revenue today. And I think the whips will kill me if the members are not on time. So we have to finish at 1. Honorable Atkinson and Honorable Isaac, thank you very much and welcome back to the meeting. So what we'll do is we'll give Honorable Gubeka his turn, and then what we'll do for the sake of time, then all the members will get to ask their follow-ups and we'll get answers from the Transnet team. Anything that is outstanding, we'll deal with it in the manner that I explained. Some issues will be dealt with by a written submission, but to be dealt with in a meeting when the audit comes. And then the meeting will be a 25-26 meeting after the completion of the audit, which is now ongoing. Otherwise, we'll have too many instances of incomplete information. Honorable Gubeka, I will stop you at 18 minutes past.
Thank you, Chair. And sanibonani nonke la endlini.
Emakai.
Emakhaya. Chair, a few questions I want to ask. One of them is regarding the remuneration of Transnet's board that was appointed in July 2023. The remuneration increased significantly from 6.09 million in 23-24 to 13.51 million in 24-25. That was almost a double in their remuneration fees. This happened amidst the ongoing financial challenges, such as the 1.9 billion rand net loss for the year and rising debt and borrowing costs. My first question would be, given Transnet's reported multi-billion rand losses, the high debt levels, and the reduced operating volumes, what is the justification for the increase in board fees? And are there any specific measurable key performance indicators linked to this increased remuneration for the board? GCE?
I think the board member present here should deal with that.
That's fine, Chair.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Chair, well, obviously I'll be conflicted on the matter, but I was not there when the matter happened. So I think the proper person to deal with the matter will be the GCFO. But if you don't have a response, we can provide a written response. Because I think what needs to happen is to look at what happened in the previous financial year and look at the increase as you have articulated in the 24-25 financial year. But I was not there, so I wouldn't know. GCFO, I don't know whether you can assist.
Okay, let's park it still within this session. Think about it, and then we'll come back to it later. Because, and I'll stop the clock. So it should be possible to ascertain: is it because in the previous year the board had started mid-financial year, for an example, and therefore in the following financial year there were more meetings because they had more time? Were there more specific issues? Somebody must just know how the board fees are determined. Are they by meetings? There might be nothing to it, but we do need to get some explanation. So let me just give you an opportunity maybe to just ask someone who knows and then provide us with an answer still during the session, if that's okay, unless you know.
Chair, I think I can try to respond, taking into account that the board is my employer, but yes. Chair, if I recall correctly, there were maybe two things. One, there was an amendment in the, let's call it the remuneration methodology, whereas previously boards would only be paid per meeting. With the new board coming in, my understanding was that there were two things. One, like a retainer, together with a fee per meeting. which there's a retainer, I think, on an annual basis, and then there's a fee per meeting. Now, because of the challenges that Transnet was under, the board was specifically instructed to pay a lot more attention to how things are taking place in Transnet. So remember, we had to come up with a recovery plan. And the board was then required to be a lot more involved and spending a lot more time with the business. And that was that first, I think, increase. What the ministers had done, though, I know that the remuneration had been kept at a particular point. So, Chair, one, there was a new fee structure that was put in place, which was based on a 2018 cabinet-approved remuneration guide, where non-executive directors, as I've said, are split into two components, namely a board member fee and a meeting fee. So the board member fee compensates the board members for board-related duties in respect of the time spent. I'm trying to, don't do that. Sorry, Chair. In respect of time spent in preparation for meetings, for research, any other official activities of Transnet as requested by the chairperson, which obviously also includes travelling time, etc., unavoidable other expenses. The meeting fee is paid for every meeting attended by a non-executive director as per the approved meeting stated in the corporate calendar. So we would, for the year, plan and schedule all of the meetings for which board approvals, for example, would be required. And then there are also subcommittees of various boards. The fees, Chair, are derived from a benchmark median guaranteed package for a chief financial officer at the applicable size for Transnet. And the fees are based on the number of board meetings and committee meetings scheduled as per the corporate calendar for a relevant financial year and approved by the shareholder minister. Should the total number of board and committee meetings exceed by a factor of 20%, permission is then sought from the chairperson for payment of any additional meetings. So essentially, Chair, I think that's basically what happened at that time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, I hear the GCE, but I need us to understand that the Transnet recovery plan that they were working on when these fees were increased, resulting in the extended meetings and everything else, was scheduled for completion by the 31st of the 3rd, 2025, which fell shockingly short of everything that they were planning for then. And at the end of that implementation period of that recovery plan, 15 out of 39 initiatives had been executed, which is 38%. So I think for that one, I'll leave it there. Chair, after a protracted dispute, Transnet and SCO reached a settlement on 18 May, and that was approved by the board. 18 May 2025, approved by the board. 23rd May 25, and Transnet made a payment to SCO of 4.3 billion rand, excluding VAT in full and final settlement of the ongoing legal disputes between the parties. Additionally, Chair, on the 30th of May 25, Transnet board also approved another 1.2 billion rand settlement to Total Energies. The settlement agreement was finalized and signed by both parties 30 June 25. I want to know quantifiably what financial impact will the settlement have on the 25-26 financial statements, and what is the total amount spent on legal fees? And if whoever would answer that, Chair, maybe just 2 minutes in, out, indulge us. What is going to happen on the financial statements because of these two very big payments?
Chairperson, Nosipo, you can help me, but I think that the impact was already felt in the 24-25 financial year. Nosipo?
That's correct.
Yeah. That's when we saw, because it largely contributed to the reduction in the loss, which was, I think, at 7.7 billion to the 1.9. Obviously not completely, but it contributed quite a bit to the reduction in that loss, because in the books we also had quite a big provision. Remember, we had lost the case against the two parties. The claim had stood at 10 billion, and we were able to settle it for a combined 5.5 billion.
Paid out immediately, and there was no way to negotiate better settlement.
No, we had attempted to negotiate, and in fact, this was, I suppose, the best case, out of pushing it forward and trying to pay it off, because we were also trying to get rid of I think the interest at the time was going towards almost 1 billion rand thereabouts. So we needed to get out of that.
Okay, let me stop the clock. So let me remind you, Honorable Gupega and the members. So you remember Honorable Beasley spoke about creative accounting. Do you remember that conversation? This is the same thing.
Same thing. Chair.
It's the same thing. Okay,
Same thing.
Just to be.
Yeah.
Except
And
that
how
it's-
are we cleared? No, the issue was cleared up at the time. So I'm not saying re-explain.
Yeah.
I'm just for completeness saying this is the same incident, isn't it?
Same.
It's the same incident.
It's the same incident.
Yeah,
Okay.
Except that it's not creative accounting.
No, we dealt with that. No, we dealt with that. I was just saying it's the same incident. That's all.
No, noted, Chair. Chair, the GCE gave us a bit of a background when she started speaking here. She came with us from back then. I think, Chair, it's important to note as well that we do have some of that history as well. Some of that history that we have contradicts what the history that you have, because now, or rather, it doesn't necessarily contradict it, but we have a different understanding to it. Because, for instance, when you look at the number of, or the amounts that you guys were spending on maintenance, the maintenance was huge. There was a huge maintenance spend then, but that maintenance spend resulted in the numbers that you speak of yourself, GCE, to the tune of 223, 226 million tons. Now, if you look at it now, the amount of money that you guys are spending on the same maintenance, you fell short by 7 billion rand out of a 10 billion rand spend. And that speaks to now the performance that you are experiencing. But Chair, I'll move on. Chair, I would like the team from Transnet to indulge us here. I want to know, was DCT running at a loss when the call was made to privatize it? And I know GCE says it's not being privatized, or it's not privatization because they're bringing in people for 25 years. From where we come from, you run the system down, you make it defunct. This is Noam Chomsky. You undervalue it and then you sell it, because this is exactly, it looks like this is exactly what happened here. The value of DCT is said to be around 20 billion rand, when we know the value is sitting at over 70 billion rand. Hence the 10 billion rand payment which has been made. And I want to know, was DCT running at a loss?
Chairperson, P2 was not running at a loss to the best of my recollection. I cannot comment on the value of DCT at 70 billion. I would need to understand where that evaluation comes from. That's not according to our records, Chair.
Okay. What was the value of DCT according to your records?
So, thanks, Chair. So we did an independent valuation of Pier 2 at the time that the transaction was done. It was set at around 10 billion. We have since now, in this current period, because the financial impact happened in December or end of December with the start date of the 1st of Jan. We have reconfirmed that valuation, so it's definitely far less than the 70 billion that Member Becker is referring to.
Which company
The-
did the evaluation?
It was an independent company. I'll check with my colleagues here, Chair. A
Independent is very
reputable-
subjective.
Yeah, no, Chair, it's fine, it's fine. But what I need also to bring forward, Chair, is the value of the assets, the carrying value of the assets on our books was at around 3 billion. So the 10 billion for 50% of that actually was, in our view, more than sufficient to not put Transnet into a negative financial position. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I'd like to group the next maybe 2-3 questions into one. The first one is going to be, who's going to be the CEO of the new venture between Transnet and the Filipinos? And what percentage of DCT is Transnet going to own? And the third one, were unions consulted when this acquisition was being facilitated?
Thank you, Chair. The unions signed off the agreement, the transaction. We had spent a lot of time with both recognized unions, UNTU and SETAO, and eventually that was then signed off. 2, Transnet owns 51% of the new venture, and the ICTSI then owns 49%.
Okay.
There was one more.
Who's going to be the CEO of the new venture?
Oh, who's going to be the CEO? So we have handed over operational control to ICTSI. So, and we've got 2 members from Transnet Port Terminals that are on that board. So the CEO, I would think, is a member of ICTSI.
Okay. Now, Chair, I'm trying to understand the logic behind this. South Africa is ranked, I think, at number 4 in terms of performance at the ports, and the Filipinos are ranked at number 9. What are they going to teach us that we don't know?
I'm not sure which ranking we're using, Chair.
Can you just say which the name of the ranking so that we can make
Ranking in performance, Chair. Ranking in performance of the ports.
Index is that
no,
honorable?
just the report on which it is? Yeah.
I didn't write it down, Chair. I was reading this thing while I was preparing for this thing.
I think
But
the
it's
key,
fine.
the key question though is what value are they bringing? Because that at the end of that's the fundamental question. So if you can't deal with the ranking, the question is what makes them worth doing business with to the extent of them having operational control. That's the question that needs an answer.
And Chair, noting that DCT was not running at a loss.
Yeah, okay. That's a question. Can you deal with that?
Chair, efficiency-wise, DCT was not running at the correct standards, firstly. We needed to improve the efficiency. At the same time, Chairperson, you recall that we had major challenges when it came to the congestion, particularly in Durban. It was in all of the papers. There was a lot of noise made about the fact that DCT was struggling. Then, Chair, at the same time, I'm trying to we say DCT was not running at a loss. DCT was also not earning, in fact, the revenue that it could have earned at the time, but the performance was not where it was supposed to be. Also, Chair, you recall I spoke earlier about the funding gap, the fact that we needed to refleet or renew the entire fleet at in all of our terminals, but particularly in Pier 2. And we did not have the funding to be able to do that. We needed funding not only for, because we don't look at our business in isolation, but for Transnet in general. And this was one of the, not only does it come through the policy in terms of the freight logistics roadmap, but also we did not have the funding to be able to invest in that, in DCT as a terminal itself.
Okay, Chair. Again, I've said this multiple times, the standard technique to privatize, defund, make sure things don't work, people get angry and hand it over to private capital. I still maintain that some of us here believe that's exactly what you guys have done with DCT2. Chair, I want to know, as far as I believe, Pier 1 and Pier 2 have one license. And I just want to know, which license are they using now to operate Pier 2 with the Filipinos now on board?
Chairperson, that is not correct. There is a license for Pier 1 and there is a license for Pier 2.
When was that license issued for Pier 2? I know there's a license for Pier 1. I didn't know there was a license for Pier 2. When was the license issued for Pier 2?
Oh, a long time ago, Chair. I don't know how long this has been in existence. In fact, Pier 2 has been in existence for a long time, but with the promulgation of the Ports Act, it was deemed a license holder. So, I mean, they've been in existence of a license from at least since 2005. Mm-hmm. But before then, they were operating.
So basically, the license that Pier 2 was operating under has been transferred to the new operators?
No, that's not correct.
I'm asking, please.
That is not correct. The reason why Pier 2, why Transnet is the major equity holder or transit port terminals in that terminal is so that we can maintain the license.
So we're using basically the same license that Transnet had. We're operating under the same one.
Yes, that's why. Yes, if we had to hand over majority shareholding, we would have a challenge with the Port Authority, because we would then not be entitled to that license. That's why we have a majority share in that business.
Okay, thank you. When was the last time you hired people, and when was the last time you started training apprentices at DC2?
Oh, I would need to check specifically as it relates to Pier 2, but I mean, we hired people shortly before the transaction was finalized because we had implemented a fourth shift. So we hired quite a number of people at Pier 2. Apprentices, Chairperson, we hire what we call apprentices, young professionals in training, technicians in training. We hire, I think at minimum about 2,000 a year. Well, we train about 2,000 a year. We can't necessarily absorb them all, but we train for the country and we train for the continent.
And it's still ongoing?
It's still ongoing.
For the apprentices?
That has not changed.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That I'm not aware of that being changed.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, 1.2 billion rand per month is being spent on servicing interest on debt. I just want to know how much is being paid towards the capital of this debt?
Yeah.
So, Chair, basically, if I may through you, the repayment of capital, so if you use last year as an example, so last year in capital repayments was 30 billion. If you recall, Honourable Member, the presentation by the GCFO earlier is that for this financial year, that started 1 April, the capital commitments that we will have to service, obligations that we will have to repay is about 13 billion. So last year 30 billion, this year 13 billion.
Okay, of the 30 billion, is that paid towards interest or is that paid towards the
But
capital
that's
debt?
just capital repayments.
Capital
That's-
repayments. Okay, and this year it's going to be 13 billion.
Yes, 13, and the following year 35 billion.
Okay, thank you. I think we spoke earlier about the shortfall in infrastructure spend of 3.4 billion. I would like someone to tell us possibly why. What is that? What is the problem there? Is there a lack of capacity of people who understand the network or the work that needs to be done? Because according to you as well, GCE, you say we do not make money if we do not move volumes. And how are you going to move those volumes if the same infrastructure is supposed to be fixing and maintaining? You are not fixing and maintaining. I mean, what is the logic there?
Can I suggest, Honorable Becker, that you also ask your next two, because your time is up, and I want to give you a chance to ask,
Oh,
to at
okay.
least cover. Then when we get an answer, we go to the members.
Okay, Chair. Do you finish that one and then?
No, ask now.
Okay. There's a few I wanted to ask. Can the legal head, is the legal head here?
No, she's not here today.
Oh, okay. Then I can't do that. I can't ask if.
Or we can try and respond.
Okay, would the Group CE agree or disagree to the notion that says anything that competes with Transnet volumes is fatal to Transnet? And I'm asking specifically because bulk of the revenue comes from the port and the rail, the same port and rail that are now being given to other operators to come into. And then the cash in, I think it's CIC, cash interest cover. There's a question about cash interest cover that I want. Oh, cash interest cover has worsened. Gearing has worsened. These are not signs of a business that is improving. And I believe I think it's the chair who said, no, the business is improving.
Not this chair, the chair of Transnet.
The chair of Transnet,
Yeah,
yes. the chair
sorry,
of Transnet,
clear.
yes.
I made no such claims.
The risk with these ratios is that they affect borrowing covenants, and lenders may recall loans like it is said. I'm not sure. Can the GCE, maybe the CFO, indulge on that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. The question around the investment in the capital requirements, I think about 85% of our investment goes to maintaining the network. It's largely sustaining capital. Now, you'll see that we had put an amount of about 25 billion per annum that we want to spend over the next few years. Last year, 23-24, we had invested, I think, around 16 billion on the basis of what we had available. We were able to increase that in the 24-25 year, I think, to 24 billion. And when we looked, we actually took a period and we went back and we looked at what it is that, because actually we have a bigger wish list. We have a much bigger wish list, but we cannot afford everything, as I've said, that needs to be done. So when we looked at the rate at which we are able to spend that investment, we came to a number of around 25 billion. And that's then the capital that we would be investing over the next few years per annum. Yes, there may be requirements for additional investment that may come from the business. And we've indicated to the business that rather than go to the market and borrow a big amount, we would want to focus on that which we believe we can spend and then get a return on. So that's really where the 25 billion. So It's not correct to say that we are not investing, because we are. What we are trying to do going forward is to maintain a, let's call it the sweet spot, a number where we will not be challenged into saying that, but you've asked for all of this, you've borrowed it and you've not spent it. We think that the 25 billion is that number. We are already sitting, as I've said, at around 24 billion. There are more requests from the businesses, but we believe that if those requests come through, then we will rather deal with it on an unplanned basis than to go and borrow 40, 50 billion and not be able to spend it. The matter of the CIC, I think.
Sorry, before you get there, on the spending of the maintenance budget, the question was, is there capacity there to spend it?
No, I believe that we are challenged in that. Like I said, we think that the 25 billion is the number. What we are doing, though, is we have 5-year plans, work that needs to be done over a 5-year period that is largely based on what we think we are capable of doing on our own. What we are trying to do with some of our customers, particularly the big customers who operate on some of these lines, because remember, when the line does not work, they lose more money. What we are trying to do is to also put a policy, in fact, we've put a policy in place that allows customers to step in specific instances, so that largely we use in some instances the same equipment and the like, for them to also step in to support us in getting work done sooner rather than later, both in terms of investments as well as skills and resources. So the intention is always to try to do as much work as we possibly can to get the network up to standard. Remember, let me make an example. We get 10 days out of the whole year to have an annual shutdown where we can do most of the work on a particular line. If you take the iron ore customers, they have now agreed to give us 2 10-day shuts in this next year. The intention there is for us to, again, during the 2 periods, do as much work as we possibly can so that the network is at a better standard. Other than that, we have to do work in between trains. We do not have the luxury of shutting down the system and doing all the work that is required. So we've got 10 days under normal circumstances. For this particular year, the customers have offered us 2 10-day shuts because the network getting to the right standard is of critical importance to the customers as well.
So basically, we do not have the necessary engineering and project management expertise that we would require.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we do have a lot of that, but with the amount of work that is required, what we have is not sufficient.
In terms of time?
And resources, it's not sufficient.
Okay.
We have to, ideally, the amount of work that we have planned to do this year, we need to do double that.
So I think to make the, maybe to assess, so what I hear you saying is that ideally you'd like a shutdown of how long? How much do you get now?
10 days out of...
You'd like 30?
A year.
You'd like 30, let's say, right? You'd like 30 plus more money. Then you can fix most of the problems. The problem is the customers can't take 30. Therefore, you have to work within the 10 days. And even so, there's not enough money. That's what you're saying?
That's what we're saying.
Okay.
Sure. The notes were saying that there's a 3 billion rand that was spent instead of there's a 7 billion that wasn't spent. Is there something like that?
No, I think my recollection was that there was a target in terms of investment, but they couldn't get enough money to. So the expenditure on maintenance was increased by X amount, but it actually needed to increase by a bigger amount, but all they could afford was X,
that?
not Y. Yeah.
No picture.
All right, thanks very much, colleagues. Can I give Honorable Beasley, Honorable Neil May, and Honorable Nondenja the chance to ask their follow-ups? and then we get answers. Then it's Honorable Madlala and Honorable Isaac and me. I'll be the last one. If we run out of time, I won't ask my own. I'll ask them in writing.
Chair, I've gone before, so I'll be very quick. So just to, when I used the word creative accounting last time, it was the wrong word, and the chair of SCOPA actually he took me to task, and the word is creative storytelling. So we weren't criticizing, but you told a story that was very creative. So so the creative accounting wasn't implying anything untoward towards your accounting, just the way you told the story. And in terms of your cash flow forecasts, you're showing big improvements in the next 2 or 3 years. If that doesn't happen, are the government guarantees at risk? What is actually going to happen? Because we've had many boards that have come in here, many executives saying things are going to get better, things are going to get better, the sun is going to start shining, and it doesn't, and more debt and more bailout. So how certain are you? And when you summed it up earlier just now that you don't have the time and you don't have the money, I mean, it's quite a scary thing, because you're not going to get more time and you're not going to get more money. So how realistic are these projections? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I think
so the members will all ask. So just note all the questions. So you'll answer after Honourable Nontenja has asked her questions.
And thank you. Good morning, Chair, colleagues, and to Transnet that is here. I'd like to ask a question on the contaminated fuel and asset losses. The audit refers to contaminated fuel being written off. What was the total volume and value of the contaminated fuel? And my reason is what caused the contamination, and were internal controls or negligent factors identified? Was a service provider contracted to remove or dispose the contaminated fuel? And if so, who was the service provider, and what procurement processes were followed? Chair, what safeguards ensured that the fuel was properly disposed of and not reintroduced into the market? I think that's the most important question we want to know. Has Transnet pursued any insurance claims or recovery actions related to this loss? And what new controls have been implemented to prevent recurrence, particularly in fuel storage, handling, and quality assurance? My second question is that on Appendix A, there are variations, expansions or variations, and the one is to supply and delivery of high tea, bread and rolls, supply and delivery of water 5 months as and when required to Blue Train stores in Cape Town, the supply and delivery of bread and cakes to the Blue Train in Pretoria. And then on the last one, and a lighter note, Chair, there are parts for Ferrari. It says here on number 34, Appendix A, silencer for a Ferrari. And the second one is for the supply and delivery of Ferrari and Murphy spares in Durban. And I'm very interested to know, because we did try to Google which engine parts do Ferrari have, but here it clearly states that there is some kind of part that Ferrari supplies to you. It's number 34 on Appendix A, and number 22 on number 22 and number 34. So those were the areas that I wanted to ask. Thank you.
I hear that in a bid to get the goods to port faster, Transnet has been toying with the idea of getting Ferraris and Lamborghinis and Porsches and seeing if that won't solve the problem. Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to know what's the reason for Transnet's continued reliance on corrections made during the audit processes instead of strengthening the financial controls, Is it a lack of capacity? And is there a plan in place to change this situation? And also, what are the reasons for the delays in investigations and the weak consequence management? Do you have enough capacity to deal with those matters, or you need capacity? And also that there was material uncertainty that has cast significant doubt on Transnet's ability to continue as a going concern. What is the plan that Transnet have to address this challenge? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to leave the last questions to the GCFO, Nosipo. The Chairperson, I do not own a Ferrari. I believe that is...
There's a picture of your garage. Then we'll talk.
Trust me, there is no Ferrari in that garage. Honourable Member, I believe that is port equipment.
Yeah, CVS Ferrari.
It is port equipment, and Ferrari would be one of the OEMs.
Sorry, Chair. The actual thing says silencer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's a question of having to go back to for the piece of equipment to use the part that goes with that piece of equipment. I think that's what it is. It's a part.
Yeah.
So
they don't have locomotive parts. And if
no,
you
it
look
may
at
not
the-
be locomotives. I think that this is it's TPT. It's the port. Do you want to take a picture there? Because we have a picture. We have different...
Just explain what it is. I mean, for example, people don't know that Lamborghini, actually, they made tractors. And if you hear that there's a Lamborghini tractor, you would think it's a lie. Just explain what the thing is. It's not a tough question, I don't believe.
The company is actually CVS Ferrari. Whether it's linked to the main Ferrari or not, I'm not sure about. And it provides reach stackers and other port equipment. You can Google it. You'll see a lot of equipment.
So Chairperson, a reach stacker is a piece of equipment. It's called a reach stacker because it has a reach. So you've got all these different pieces of equipment in the terminals. You would use a reach stacker if you have a particular, and we call it a stacking area. It's a parking lot for a container. You call it a reach stacker because it stacks containers at height. So these pieces of equipment can go, I think, up to 6 or 8 high on top of each other.
It's a forklift. It's some kind of a forklift that stacks containers, 6 containers high, basically. That's what it is.
High.
Okay.
It's a reach. It reaches. So that's why we call it a reach stacker. That's what it is. Okay. Chair, of course, Chair, you know that we do run the Blue Train as well. The Blue Train is the luxury passenger train that we run from Pretoria to Cape Town and back. In fact, the other day we read that it is the number 14 of its kind in the world. So it's very held in very high regard by tourists and international tourists. And yes, it's a luxury train, Chair. I can't comment on specifically the tea and the bread rolls, but it's a luxury train. It's basically a 5-star hotel on rails.
I suggest that we conduct oversight, members.
Yes.
On the Blue Train.
Hey, I was getting
to see whether these things are really there.
We can discuss that, Chairperson. Then, Chairperson, I'm going to ask Vulet Sani to deal with the contaminated fuel matter. Bearing in mind, Chairperson, again, you recall the 3 material irregularities that the Auditor General has raised with us, that we are dealing with currently, and exchanging of documents. The kind of questions that the Honourable Member asked are exactly the things that we are dealing with now with the Auditor General. But I think, Vule, maybe you can respond to that when we get to it. There was a question about the cash flow forecast over the 5-year period and how realistic is that. So, Honourable Beasley, you'll recall that we have already gone to market with a number of private sector participation projects that some are running at the moment, and there will be those that we are going to market with. One big one is the Ngquga Manganese Export Facility and corridor. We have to upgrade the rail line from the Northern Cape all the way to the Eastern Cape. We have to build a brand new manganese handling facility in the port of Ngquga. Again, we do not have the money to do that. Government does not have the money to build that facility. We have to go to market. We have to find partners who will jointly invest with us in that facility. We believe that by that time, these processes would have reached closure, and that we would see, some funding coming in to the business at that time. So the only thing, and I think it's important that we take into account that challenge with DCTP 2. Because there was a question also why ICTSI. Firstly, they won the bid. But in that process, we were taken to court, and we were in court for 2 years. We are hoping that we do not have to go through those kind of processes again. So we're putting processes in place to ensure that our procurement processes are robust. We are also being supported by the PSP unit under the DBSA, which has been set up by the Minister of the DOT, purely to ensure that the necessary controls are in place and that we do not run foul of anything, or that we do not get challenged. Because being stuck in court for 2 years means that the flow of money does not happen. Thank you, Chair. Contaminated fuel, I think, Vule, you can respond to that. And then, yeah, the last 3 questions on the audit process, I think Nosipo can deal with. If I can just deal with, Chair, the matter of the reason for delays in investigations. Chairperson, I think firstly that, and I don't want to speak for the SIU, but the SIU is dealing with a number of matters currently. They are also supporting Transnet. We also make use of forensic investigation services. And unfortunately, some of these matters are quite complex and requires a lot of work. We are putting a lot of controls in place to ensure that our own people are not the cause of the delays in the implementation in consequence management. So we are trying to push that, but also we are, unfortunately, I don't want to say at the mercy, but there's certain things when it comes to the investigation that we are not able to do, but we are trying to push for the conclusion of a number of those investigations as well. Consequence management, we're very firm on consequence management now, trying to make sure that the necessary action is taken, and the message within Transnet, actually with the managers, is that if you are not consequence managing your people, then you would need to be consequence managed. And that's how we are trying to also deal with the matter. And as I've said, the report that we will submit, which is the updated one, shows quite a big change in what you have in front of you now and what we've been able to do over the last few weeks. Vule and Nosipo.
No, thanks very much. The value of the contaminated diesel was 24.8 billion rands. And what cost this? Sorry, 24.8 million rands, my apology. And what cost this was we picked up that the diesel was contaminated with paraffin. And we are in the process of working with service providers concerned to try to recover this money. And, the the service provider that came in to pick this, we don't know specifically who the service provider is, because as soon as the contaminated is picked up, we are required to report that to South African Revenue Services, SARS, and then they came in and then they verified that, and they are the ones that are given that responsibility of uplifting the contaminated product. And once they have uplifted the contaminated product, they give us the certificate of destruction. So, and that would obviously ensure that this does not see itself, coming back to the market. With regards to the process that we've put in place, at the moment, every service provider, when they deliver their, product to our area, before they offload, they need to show us the certificate that the product is free of contamination. Over and above that, we do what we call a pregnancy test before they offload, and it's a test that will take around about 2 minutes before they offload, and then we check that it's not contaminated, and that happens to each and every service provider on each and every site where they are delivering at the moment. Thanks.
Chair, maybe if I can then take the finance questions. Let me start with the reliance that the member suggested that we are placing on the AG to pick up material misstatements. As a matter of fact, Chair, we are not relying on the AG to pick up material misstatements. What we in fact try and do is to see to what extent we can align with the AG on matters of material judgment. Now, one of the key areas where the AG and us are always at odds against each other is with regard to the valuation of assets, specifically infrastructure at the ports as well as the rail infrastructure. So in the past, in fact, what we did in the last financial year, which is the report that the members have, we did not process adjustments, but what we did was we worked out our numbers. We then sought to align with the AG to agree on the numbers. But the error of our ways was we believe that the alignment with the AG to reach a number that is acceptable and palatable to both parties was useful. And in that process then, when we submitted our financial statement 31st of May, we still had not concluded that alignment with the AG, and we subsequently aligned with the AG after the effect. And therefore, those adjustments were processed after the submission of those numbers. So with other private sector type audit firms, where you align on matters of material judgment, that is not seen as a material misstatement because you are seeking to agree on a number before you finalize your financial statements. But we have accepted that, Chair. So what we do going forward is we will process adjustments before we submit to the Auditor General. That is really the biggest area of discomfort, or where the AG claims there is reliance put on them to identify areas of misstatements. So that's the one thing. Chair, the second thing is that we know where there's judgment involved. One accountant and one auditor may not necessarily agree on a number, but it is ballpark. And where we sit now, Chair, we're looking at reassessing the policy on valuation of assets, which is a discussion, ongoing conversation that we are having with our audit committee. The chair of AC will bail me out on that, just to make sure that when we finalize the financials for this year, those material misstatements type situations do not reoccur. So that's the response on the reliance on the AG. Then with regard, Chair, to the material uncertainty regarding going concern. So what we do, again, the accounting standards are very clear. You go through a process to establish whether this entity is going to be in existence for the foreseeable future. Typically, it's the reporting date and another 12 months into the future. So a number of things that are assessed is the operational performance, and I think we have been discussing the operational performance and the improvements on our operational performance, notwithstanding not meeting targets, but the performance, the operating performance volume-wise and revenue have been on an uptick. The second thing is the EBITDA, earnings before interest, tax and dividends and amortization, has also been growing steadily over the last couple of years, Chair, which is an indicator of whether the business exists in the future. We also then look at the legislative environment in terms of issues and matters that may impact the ability of Transnet as a going concern. And one of the critical issues in the last couple of years is stemming from the policy reforms, and it is the TNPA corporatization, which we have been discussing at length with the our colleagues from the Auditor General, Chair. So we did agree that there may be some risk relating to going concern, but Transnet does remain a going concern. So the uncertainty was volume improvements, and the AG used target vis-a-vis actual performance. But if you compare performance in the last 2 years vis-a-vis the performance that we reported in that in the same period, you will see improvements. Then the second issue was the level of debt, which has been also ventilated in this committee extensively. And I think the last one is the controls around expenditure by the business, which also touches on your EBITDA, touches on your business and cash flow performance, Chair. So those, I believe, were the critical issues. That there was a third. Can't recall what the third one was.
Are you properly served, Honourable Nontenja? No, I mean just in terms of all the questions, because I could only remember these from you. I don't know if there's a question that has been skipped. Okay, all right.
So Chair, there was a question of on the cash interest cover.
Oh, the cash interest cover, yes.
Yeah. So I felt that was responded to somewhat, because the cash interest cover is not a measure of financial performance per se, but the only measure of financial performance. I mean, you look at your...
There was a context to that question, and that it related to debt covenants.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was a member's question.
Yes. So Chair, when the recovery plan was put together and approved by the board, it was clear that we will not be able to make the CIC covenant of 2 times and 2.5 times. And there was a number that was put on the table. I believe the number was 1.9. We did make the number that was promised. But what we do in the process, because it creates an event of contractual breach of covenants with the lenders. So what we then did, and what we continue to do, is we will engage the affected lenders to seek waivers to cure for the breach.
And we've received those waivers. Unfortunately, it's not ideal for us. We don't want that. We want to continue to measure CIC. And part of the work that we've been able to do with some of the guarantee support, etc., from government is to negotiate out of unnecessarily onerous covenants, Chair.
Okay, this question, I'm not going to take it where it can go. We'll deal with it once we've seen these financials, because I am then going to ask you about credit rating impact, notwithstanding, etc. Then that becomes a long conversation. So let's look at the 2025-26 financials and then talk about a newer picture. Maybe the problem is cured then. Can I give Honorable Pilar, Honorable Matlala, and Honorable Isaac the chance to ask, and then I won't ask because we're out of time, and then we can break thereafter.
Thanks, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members and the Transnet staff. In favor of Honorable Madlala, I don't have a follow-up question, so I'm giving him my time also.
No pressure, Honorable Mandla. You are now representing more than yourself, so you better come to the party properly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Honorable Bill. As if you knew that I had questions worth an hour. Hey, kunzima ke sihlalo ukubuza uma ngabe isikhathi sesidliwe inja kanje. But I will I have just two follow-up.
I will allocate the duties accordingly on the next audit. Don't worry.
All right, no problem. Well, I think let me start here. It's going to be a follow-up from Honorable, or let me start by greeting the delegation properly, and honorable members and staff and everyone. It will be a follow-up from some of the questions that Honorable Kupega asked, and you'd forgive us again if we keep taking you back on the issue of Pier 2. And it's because obviously we don't represent our own jackets when we are sitting here. And we must be able to also advocate for the decisions these entities take when we go to our people and be able to explain them in a layman's term so that they understand them. We have got high reservations around private operators coming on board. And we've got every reason to be skeptical. We stand fully for state capacitation. So the question by Honorable Kupega around the value add, I did not really get an answer to. And this is how I would like the answer to be structured, so that it's simplified. It should be that while Pier 2 was making profit, it was not making as much as it was, or as it could possibly in terms of its own potential. As a result, we needed human resources, skills, we needed finances, we needed technical abilities, we needed this, which could only be sourced from a private operator with the requirements that we set when we were sourcing that private operator. And this is the skills transfer program that is in place, because I believe that the private operator is there for a particular limited contract. Within it, this should be the transfer, skills transfer plan, or resource, accumulation strategy, or technical skills development program over this period that's going to be running, so that at the end of that contract, even if it's 20 years or whatever amount of years, we don't have a situation where we go and find another private operator, because the ideal situation, the end, the paradise that we hope to seek is where government is able to operate these owned entities by itself. So this is a contingency plan. So just that picture, if you can just assist with it in a very brief and layman's kind of an understanding. That's number one. Number two, I want to make a follow-up on the issue of, I think it's CRRC, E-Loco, the Chinese company that I believe a court has ordered to transfer, to release the locomotive spares to Transnet, if my understanding is correct. And that those withheld spares costed Transnet quite a lot of money, because it could not be able to, it had a contract with this company and it could not be able to source them anywhere else. One, the question is whether those parts have been transferred to Transnet. But number two, whether there's a consideration of litigating around the cost that Transnet has incurred in the process of this company withholding. Because this company withholding these spares has costed Transnet millions of money. And the fact that the court has found in favor of Transnet means that, in my own view, that there should be a consideration of how do we recover the lost opportunity, if it's because I don't think it would be lost capital, but it would be lost opportunity to generate as much as we would have had this spares not been withheld, which has now been found that it should have not been the case. Well, lastly, on a lighter note, who ranked the blue train number 14? I think my honorable member was asked who ranked some of these, ports and performance. You said it was ranked number 14, the blue train. I want to just know which company ranked it number 14 in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Shall I proceed?
No. So we give Honorable Isaac an opportunity, unless you want to donate your time to me. Since we are in a generous, I'm kidding. I've got too many questions, so I won't ask them, Honorable Isaac. I'll wait for the current audit.
Okay, Chair. No, otherwise I was happy to let you have my time.
Please ask your questions, Honorable.
Okay. No, well, I'm just going to be very brief. Most of the stuff has been covered. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to raise, there was the issue that was discussed earlier this morning. There's this impasse that exists between Transnet and the AG, the Auditor General, regarding the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where I read in the reports last night where, obviously from the 9 million to the 42 million rand fruitless and wasteful expenditure that increased. So you guys, Transnet, say you have taken action and you're addressing it in a big way, and I've heard that earlier. But the AGSA disagrees with Transnet, am I correct? So my understanding is that there seems to be an impasse, and I want to know and just hear your comments in terms of how does Transnet now aim to resolve this impasse and dispute with the AGSA regarding this irregular and fruitless expenditure. That is the one. And then, Chairperson, I'm going to skip everything else. I saw your last slide at the bottom was a huge highlight for me, so I'll just read it. You don't have to bring it up. It says the majority of transgressions are only but procedural. Okay, that's the wording. Majority of the transactions are procedural in nature and do not have any intention of misconduct, fraud, or corruption. So when I read that statement, look, I must say this to, with due respect, I find it difficult to digest that most of the transactions are procedural. The man watching on television, you read that to him, he says, "Maar wat gaan aan hier so?" So it was raised by my colleagues, but if these matters are procedural, with no intentions for transgressions and fraud and go into millions of rands, do you honestly have an appetite to prosecute? Are there examples? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I hand over to you?
Thank you, honourable members. Chair, I think on the matter of consequence management, I think it's important that as an organisation that we are very clear. It is unfortunate that, one, we are faced with matters of irregular expenditure where, yes, there may be pure mistakes by people in the ordinary course of them doing work. There are also matters, we know, where, as I've indicated, there are collusion with service providers and suppliers. I indicated in the last meeting when I was here, Chair, that since January we had already suspended 9 people whose disciplinary matters are currently underway. In those matters, Chairperson, firstly, one must allow the disciplinary process to conclude, but based on the evidence that we have picked up, we believe that there are instances of collusion, fraud, and corruption. And those matters we are dealing with, and those matters will also result in criminal action being instituted against those people. We concluded one the other day where the person firstly tried to negotiate the discipline with us and we refused. And on the basis of our refusal, the person resigned with immediate effect. That does not take him off the hook because we still will proceed with criminal action, and where we can hold on to people's pensions, we do that as well. There are, as we speak, a number of matters, Chairperson, that are in the courts, both, in fact, in the criminal courts relating to some of the bigger aspects. So we are not going to be compromising or condoning instances where people are not consequence managing individuals who do the wrong thing. I just need that. I need that to be clear to the organization. Yes, granted, there are matters that we are dealing with that are historic in nature, but we're very clear about the fact that this cannot be allowed to continue. If you've had, even if innocent, if you've had this impact on the organization where we now have to sit here in the committee and defend irregular expenditure, it is unacceptable, and consequence management will be implemented. And we've also made it clear to the managers, if they are not going to, because remember, consequence management is a line function. If line does not consequence manage individuals who make these kind of mistakes or do the wrong thing, then they must be ready, not only for themselves to be consequence management, but also for, at a higher level, for those individuals to be consequence management. I think that I don't want us to miss each other.
No, I respect that. Sorry for interjecting, Chairperson, but I think based on what you've just said, ma'am, perhaps when you get back to the offices to do a memorandum and send it out to every employee within the organization with your signature appended.
100%.
It'll be great for everybody.
Yes.
So that next year when you come back here, we don't have to entertain this ongoing issues. And then the one on the AGSA, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Chair, the impasse, I think we were talking about the 42.9 billion regarding the locomotives. I think, again, that is a matter that we are trying to resolve. The chairperson of the Audit Committee also raised it. As the leadership of Transnet, the executives, we don't believe that the Auditor General is correct in this instance. And we have to challenge it because the 42.9 billion has to be removed from the books. If it is not the full 42.9 billion, at the very least, it must be those amounts in respect of the contracts that have been properly dealt with and for which we have in fact recovered money. The 42.9 billion is in respect of the 3 OEM contracts. CRRC, the Chinese, General Electric, Wabtec, and BT Alstom, Bombardier. The 2 contracts, those parties we've entered into settlement agreements with them. They've been made orders of court. What is outstanding there is the criminal matters, which we have absolutely no control over. So it is a matter that needs to be taken up, both with, I believe, the Treasury, with the Auditor General, and at the same time, we've done a lot of work, even to convince our board, which is why they approved the removal of the amount. But unfortunately, as I've said, we are now sitting with the impasse, which we will deal with so that we don't have to come back. Otherwise, Chairperson, as I said in the last meeting, it will be there depending on how long the criminal matter takes. And strictly speaking, with everything that we have done, I don't believe that it should still be on the books. Then there was a question around, I'm going to the article. The article came out, it was in the Business Tech on the 18th of April of 2026. The headline says the luxury train run by state-owned company in South Africa named among the best in the world. It refers to the Blue Train. It's according to a UK-based travel insurance platform called Insure and Go. And they have named the Blue Train as the 14th most eye-catching train journey in the world. Okay. Then there was a question around the locomotive spares, and what have those been transferred to Transnet? Yes, fortunately, I think in the last, could have been when we were here, maybe in the last year, we went to court. We became aware, Chairperson, of spare parts that were in warehouses all around South Africa that CRRC had brought into the country but had not handed over to Transnet. At the same time, Chairperson, interestingly, we were approached by a number of entities wanting to sell us Chinese parts. We then took advice on the matter. My concern as the GCE was that people are going to sell us parts that actually belong to us, and that they were going to find ways to steal our parts from these warehouses in an attempt to sell those to Transnet. So we, without making a loud noise about it, we went to the courts, Chairperson, and we made applications for the court to grant us, firstly, orders that firstly allowed them to hand over the parts to us, and secondly, should they fail or refuse to hand those parts over to Transnet, that the sheriff of the court be allowed to attach those parts and to hand them over to Transnet. We got to a point where, in fact, the sheriff had to attach the parts in the various warehouses in the country, and we were then able to secure those parts. That being said, that was shipments that only covered certain areas of the, I'm not a technician now, but it's not the full required, let's call it, set of spare parts that we would need. You'll appreciate that these machines are running all the time. If something goes wrong, there may be a different part. So we do have parts. If I recall correctly, it is about 1,500 pieces of equipment or spare parts that we have possession of now. And that we are utilizing to try and repair as much as we can. But like I said, it does not cover everything that is in fact required. There was a question about litigating against CRRC to recover losses. Chair, I can say to you, even this matter where we went to court against CRRC, it was one of the ways to recover. CRRC did not defend. My understanding is that they had terminated the services of their legal representatives in the country, but in any event, they did not defend the matter. Then, Chair, you recall, going back to the 42 billion, we had initiated the review proceedings, and again, there's been no I'm not aware of any action from the Chinese in respect of even those, which is why we are now pushing to get the court to at least have the matter set down so that we can deal with it and try to dispense of it. I can't respond to what CRRC will do in the future, but we are obviously trying as best as we can to recover whatever may have been lost to the state. There was a question around the matter about Pier 2 and the investment. I think there was a slide that we had presented earlier. We are seeing, in addition to the 10.5 billion that was paid, we are seeing continued investment of around 8.5 billion rand that must also will come through the system, through the modernization of the systems and equipment and the like. Yes, people will continue to be trained. In fact, we have not had any challenges from or heard of any complaints from our staff at Pier 2. In fact, some of them are wanting to go and work for ICTSI permanently. They are transferred into that SPV. But yes, we are expecting there to be a full-on training that will continue, because that's the nature of being in that business, that people have to be consistently trained. And yes, of course, skills transfer is happening as we speak. We have also agreed with them on a BE improvement program, chairperson. So that will also then is part of the that transaction. I think, Chair, that covers certainly what I've written down. I don't know, colleagues, covered? Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. So can I then do this? So there'll be a follow-up letter just asking for certain additional information that does not require you to come here, that to fill in some of the gaps maybe in this conversation. Upon examination of the meeting notes, that will help us in the members' understanding for the next conversation. Can you just help me with your reporting milestones, because I do want us to just have an idea between us of when you come back post the 25-26 audit. So do you announce financial results before the Auditor General reports to Parliament? Do you do an interim results presentation?
Chair, maybe to help with the timetable. We have been trying over the past few years to conclude the audit by July.
No, so let me explain where I'm going. So let me tell my whole story, right? So if there is going to be a time before the completion of the audit where you do some kind of public reporting, okay, because I think ESCOM does so, before the annual report is tabled before Parliament. And they also do a 6-month, you understand those kind of things. So if there is going to be an event like that, even if it's an investor presentation or similar, those get reported on in the press. What would help is if you send to the committee the same with an explanatory memo. We will distribute it to members. It then helps the members get into context some of the news coverage that they see. It also goes into the bank of institutional information they then have, so that our conversations are both strategic and specific, to the right balance. So that's all I'm saying. So let me not specify. Otherwise, what we would like to do then is we wait for the audit to be completed and the annual results tabled to have your AGM, and then subsequent to that, I think then you can come to Parliament. Would that work?
Yes, Chair. So post the AGM, we would then announce the results publicly.
Right.
That would be the first public presentation. What we can do then at the same time as we announce the results or publish the results, we can send that presentation through to the committee, as you said, together with an explanatory note. But in terms of the timelines to that, is that ideally we want to finish our audit by July. We've not been successful, Chair. It usually takes us up until into August, and then we can, of course, only announce thereafter.
That's fine. That's fine. I just want to be sure that even before you get to Parliament, it would help the members.
Yes.
If they get, and we'll communicate the same to the Minister of Transport. But I think because you're publishing and sending it to journalists anyway.
No,
we don't want a different document. We want the same document.
We will give you the exact
so
same
please send it to the committee. We will distribute it to the members, because then it helps us when we get to our appointed date. And then we can go on to an annual cycle rather than lots of meetings in between. So
Yes.
that's what I'm trying to get at. The more informed the members are, the less questions you're gonna get, I think. The long periods of not talking cause a problem because we're trying to cover a lot of history in a short space of time, and then you have to keep coming back. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Happy to do that, Chair. So we have 2 periods, I think, that are important. The annual financials will come out now, August, hopefully. And then our half year ends in September. But we don't do a full-on audit, we do a bit of a review, and we release that in December, which we can also then share, but it would effectively be an unaudited midterm.
That's fine. We will share all of that with the members, and then, yeah, let's work like that. Would that work? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please have a safe trip back, those who are going back to Joburg. Sorry, members, we all have to sprint to 2 o'clock. My apologies, but thank you very much to the Transnet team for coming back again.
Thank you, Chair, and
Thanks to
thank
the
you.
members.